Oh, 10 minutes. Well, hello. Welcome to everybody. Sorry we're so late today. For those of you who are joining retrospectively, namaste, Kobe. Sorry I'm so late. I was having this problem trying to get my wired connection to work. It's like the gods of internet and IT don't want this to work because I've actually got a cable. I bought a new cable. So, bolenat sabkasat. So anyway, I had to just give up on it and use my Wi-Fi. What to do, huh? Kia kare. So we've got a lovely little discussion today. I think it's going to be quite a just kick the ball out into the park. We've got a really interesting culmination of alignments in the heavens that have run its course. I think the alignment just ended recently, a few days ago. Well, the peak of the energy of the alignment, shall we say. And there's been 2 this month. I think there's another one coming next month. Is it September? Regardless, big love to Cosmic, dear Cosmic. For those of you that don't know, Cosmic is he's a medium essentially, but he has a relationship that he's been building for a few years with a group of Fae, and they have been giving him all sorts of downloads and information and sharing insights, and he's been building a language, a cosmology, a cosmogony, a system of understanding the structure of the universe itself. And of course it comes with a language that's unique. And so yeah, he's sort of a John Dee without a crystal ball, modern times. Namaste, Bolenat. It's an honor to have you here, dear Cosmic. How are you doing, brother?
Doing all right, man. So I like the picture for this today's roundtable, the Tesseract. I always like Tesseracts. It's a really just a 4th dimensional cube, essentially, you know. So, but yeah, like just in terms of like charting out all kinds of basically what my system is. It's all about like figuring out how to map out the metaphysical spaces of the universe and all the dimensional intersections and stuff like that. So yeah, let's get this conversation cranking.
Well, lovely, brother. For those of you that don't know, Cosmic hasn't started his channel yet, but I imagine he will soon because there must be a lot of content running around, cosmic content out there. So the journey of the soul, I think this is probably the preeminent occult discussion in all occult spheres and circles. And that journey has many elements and depth and paradigms within it. Even just the journey of growth, towards becoming balanced, at harmony, in tune with one's inner true proclivities, is a profound journey of the soul. The journey of the soul of awakening, which is really what we're talking about, yeah. There are other journeys too. I mean, just the journey into the flesh. Like we think of birth as happening, when you're a baby, but I think that's just the beginning of a journey of birth. And that journey of birth takes us into adulthood. And when we reach adulthood, then we are fully incarnated. Up to that point, we are only partially incarnated. You know, as a baby, you don't even have proper sight. And that sense of self and individuality only comes with years. And then that sense of self and individuality becomes tempered and attuned and gains a unique sense of proclivity and desires, and aligns its um, aligns its nature with particular ideals and concepts. So, where would you like to start, dear Cosmic, in this cosmic soup of a conversation?
I'm not really sure, to be honest with you, but I just want to kind of like, come some of my thoughts. It's interesting when you're first born, you're really only aware of your own awareness. Like, you feel like your subjective universe sort of is the entire universe. And that's kind of why it feels like there's no sense of identity. That's why it's, or, individuality or whatever. And it's only when we get older that we start to recognize that other people have their own universes, their own subjective framework, of reality. And, it's where we kind of like, we develop compassion and empathy by sort of recognizing other people outside of ourselves, and not just think of everything as just sort of me all the time. Because the problem with oneness, there's a kind of a duality in oneness itself that I've been thinking about lately. There's the kind of because I've been thinking about, like, I don't know if I've really talked about this, Franklin, probably have at some point, about the idea there's a dichotomy between oneness and solipsism. And I think that the two are very easy to misconstrue because they are kind of ontologically similar experiences. See, where solipsism, it's like you're sort of the center of the universe, whereas with oneness, you're not necessarily the center of the universe. You might be seen as something that's kind of on the side, the periphery, or part of some smaller contingent of a larger thing. But ultimately, I've been thinking about like what oneness is in the context of my Zarfexology stuff. And it's kind of like simply seeing the universe as one bubble and not seeing anything outside the bubble. But the thing is, when you really understand other people, that to me is when you start to realize there's more than one bubble in this universe, and that there's something outside the bubble that we currently exist in. There's more bubbles out there. And perhaps maybe that's what the journey, of the soul is. It comes from that oneness. It starts off there, and then it becomes individuated and has its own sort of, individual experience. Because in a way, when I think about God and I think about the nature of the universe, God, I'm a duotheist. It's God and Goddess. They have a lot of different facets and, features to them. You can't just really embody them in one story or one archetype. So in a way, it's almost like that they have to have a multiplicity of forms and selves and souls to fully experience the universe. Because it's kind of, think of it like this. I'm trying to think of like a good metaphor here. Like in terms of something like if you notice like a taste or something, like if something is like small or indetectable, you can't really make anything out of that. But if you can kind of like, so for example, like I think about my body, right? But, I exist in my hands and, it's like, but I don't really know what the individual skin cells on my finger, what they're talking about right now. And if I'm just this fully integrated being, I can't have that smaller, more intimate experience. So in a way, souls are created so every aspect of the divine can experience itself. Because if the divine is just one singular thing, it can't really experience all the particulars. It can only experience one experience at the time, one oneness. So it's something I've been thinking about lately, and I think it's definitely tangentially related to the whole journey of the soul concept. Oh, and hey, Indy, what's up, man?
Hey, what's happening, guys? Glad to be here. Sorry I'm a little bit late, fashionably late here today.
Namaste, dear brother. I hope you're good. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And for those of you that don't know Indy, namaste. Howard's joined the gang. Bomb Shiva. Hope you're well. Indy is he's a fingers in lots of pies guy. Anthropology is close to his heart. He's very shamanically inspired, so he's tuned into the natural path. He's also dipped his fingers into a lot of different oceans of thought. Being a Virgo, he's a researcher and has got a broad sphere base to tap from. So namaste, dear brother. It's an honor to have you as always. Oh, and he's a shadow worker. He works with helping people integrate their shadows. It's one of the big things that he does these days. So, brother.
Yeah, that's my life calling as a shadow worker. And, it began with personal transformation. And I'm really excited to get back to what everybody was talking about here in the round table today. So I'm not going to go in too deep, but Jungian shadow work has been the light of my life, and it helped me illuminate the darkness within, and helps me now feel urged to help others that are seeking guidance, to keep it alive in myself as well. So I'm interested to hear about what you guys are talking about. And I'm a practitioner of ancient philosophical Taoism. And so oneness is something that I very much like to discuss, and the different elements of it. And I like to say that, like, even though we're all in the oneness together, if we know our place in the oneness, then we can understand our purpose more so, and have a unique place in the oneness that we all share, which is kind of a paradoxical aspect in the sense that it's one particular place in a place that's ubiquitous all everywhere. So there's like kind of a orientation of that. And it kind of also reminds me of the assemblage point in Carlos Castaneda's work of the Yaqui Native Americans, shamans, that understand that we're connected to the eagle's emanations in the sky that come into our personal egg of our personal aura and energy, that's connected to an assemblage point that aligns us to the eagle's emanations. And they would say that the energy comes from the galactic center to the sun center to the earth center to the heart center. And they didn't know that there was anything greater than a galaxy. To them, the galaxy was like the universe.
Yeah, that's really beautiful. And that sort of ties into what Cosmic was actually saying, I think, just a minute ago. Cosmic was talking about solipsism.
Mm-hmm.
And, I find it interesting that they've named that, put an ism on it.
Yeah.
Which to me is quite telling, right? That's obviously threatens a lot of the so-called physics that we know, because it's not really an ism, it's more of a philosophy.
Yeah.
It's more of a Sophie. It's more of a way of looking at the universe. And so it's like saying that every Eastern guru from India has this ism. Right?
Well, it's like Cartesian solipsism, right? From like Descartes. Descartes considered.
So yeah, continue, brother.
In the meditations that he did for the queen to show her what we can understand philosophically by under certainty, he said that we can't know anything more than the fact that this whole world could be an illusion or dream or deception by an evil deceiver. And so in order to show that we can prove God's existence, he said, by having faith that there's a God, only then can we know that there's not an evil deceiver pulling a hood over our eyes. But the whole idea that things could be a deception led to the development of Cartesian solipsism, the idea that one person can't really experience the minds of other people. And so all other people might be an illusion, and there might only be one mind that's seeing an illusion. And all their minds are just like a deception or a kind of a creation of that mind, which actually doesn't really go that far from the Hindu understanding of Brahma being in the womb asleep, and then having this dream of being all these other different gods and all these other different people that are separate from each other in an illusion. So it's in a way it's very connected to some mystical ideas, but the way that it's taken, it's kind of given with a negative connotation where it's a very selfish way of seeing things, in the sense that you think that you're the only one and that nothing else really matters, and people are just here for, like, they're plastic, they're here for your entertainment, kind of an idea. So there's a lot you can really take away from it and interpret it in different ways.
I think it's because in a lot of ways, there's a lot of when it comes to mystical experiences and gnosis, there's a lot of subjectivity to it. And because I think about, like, just in a very brass tacks explanation of what psychedelics essentially do to your consciousness, is that essentially in normal consciousness, you sort of self-identify within your body, and then there's the external world, right? But in a psychedelic state, it's almost like your sense of self extends to the entire room and world around you. The walls, the floor, the animals, the sky, they all kind of feel like you, because your sense of consciousness and self has expanded beyond, the threshold of your body. And I think within that experience, you can interpret that in different ways. Like, you can interpret that as God. You could, some people, because that's what I find fascinating about the mystical experience that I've been kind of thinking about, that you can come to either a transcendental conclusion, or you can come to like a more dark nihilistic conclusion. There's sort of two sides of the same coin, so to speak. There's a dark and a light side. And when it comes to enlightenment, so I think that the reason I brought up, I think it's important to talk about solipsism and to sort of distinguish it from oneness, is that I guess what I'm trying to figure out is narcissism in the spiritual occult community. People who claim to be enlightened, claim to do all these meditations, and they're, these wise, gurus and stuff, cult leaders. How is it that these people, they're doing the meditation, they're doing the practices, but there's still that kind of that selfishness, that kind of, I'm better than you. There's a kind of narcissistic attitude. And I feel like that there's approaching oneness as being part of something greater than yourself, versus oneness thinking you individually are the entire oneness. It's very easy to misconstrue those. So I think when somebody in the spiritual community is very like manipulative or narcissistic, or, likes to, put other people down and like gaslight them and stuff like that, I'm thinking that maybe those people see that mystical experience in a more solipsistic way. Whereas other people, they might see it in a more collectivist, I'm part of something bigger than myself, I'm not an individual. So it's almost like the mystical experience, it can either, it's like it's two things. It can either reify. Is my
just
audio
me,
bad?
or is your thing getting louder and softer? Or is it just my side? Sorry, Cosmic. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, I
Can
don't
you
know.
hear
Maybe-
Cosmic well?
Yeah, okay. I understand what you're saying, though. It goes back and forth a little bit between
Okay.
being louder and a little softer, but it's
Yeah,
all.
maybe there's something going on with my audio here, but I just kind of wanted to like make the final point that I think when it comes to understanding that kind of oneness, there's a lot of different ways to interpret that experience of oneness, and sometimes it's positive and sometimes it's negative. I think that's something that I kind of want to like jump into discussing that a little bit.
Yeah, there's like the oneness where you're kind of one with the collective, but you kind of always have this like ego understanding of separation, that you're the individual in the collective and you've chosen to become part of the collective. And so like it kind of shows more when you make decisions that go against the collective. So if you're of like full integrity, you're like doing things for the collective, for the best of one and all, which at some points could come into a situation where what's best for one and all is what's best for you in that particular situation. And so you might have to like make a sacrifice between doing what other people think might be the best situation, just to make sure that you survive so that you can help the collective. And so there's going to be situations where you might be like called out as like going against the collective, where you had to choose for yourself, and you might be like cast out of the collective or something, for example. But like you have to, you're going to come across situations like that sometimes in extreme situations. But usually it's like little things. There was an experiment by I think Erickson, where they did Walden Pond. I think they called it Walden 2. They try to create a sanctuary of like a utopian society, and they had little situations where like they couldn't really motivate people to do their jobs in like a effective way, and some people were lazy, and so they caused conflict between everybody. So like it's very hard to like for humanity at this point to work on a collective thing coming out of being westernized and the egoism and division of labor and everything, to be going into that like just in one generation and having it work out and thriving. But there are societies that live collectively and have been for like who knows how long, and you know they live well as like probably still living as we have been before the Industrial Revolution, with their extended families and all having their places in the family and in the household responsibilities. There's a lot more help around the house if you have your extended family. There's also, you know, a lot more room for flack if you're not living in like a more harmonized way. So I think in the people that lived in nuclear families that are separated from their extended families, it's going to be harder to live amongst a collective. And it is good for other people that were able to live amongst extended family like humanity was meant to be before industrial mechanization that we're in now, the plastic age it's become.
Yeah, I like that. And, you know, I like as well. And let me know if there's any issues with my stream or my audio. Seem to be getting notifications, yeah, that there's some issues posting stuff, but that's probably StreamYard. Oh gosh, I've been learning how to use Stream Elements and integrate it with OBS Studios. I did an OBS Studio stream last week just as a test, and it ran smoothly, not a single issue, not a single glitch. Higher quality of video and everything, much better than StreamYard. I can't believe I've been throwing money at this thing. Anyway, we live, we learn, huh? But back to what you guys were saying, you know, to backtrack to what Cosmic was, the idea that you threw on the table, and also how you sort of related to collectivism as well, Indy. Though that narcissistic self-importance, would that be a good way to define what you're talking about here, Cosmic? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that narcissistic self-importance that is so much a part of, what do I call it? The new age? Well, I mean, everything that's happening around us is the new age, but it's part of this new spiritual awakening, whatever phenomenon that we're experiencing. And there seem to be so many people that are so obsessed with self-love, right? This is all. It's the craze now. It's that catchphrase, that catch term. It's been sort of cooking in the oven for the last 10 years, and it's like it's reached its point where it's like, bing, it's ready. They're putting the icing on it now, and yeah, this idea of self-love. It's all about the self, and I mean, so I can see how, you know, the idea of solipsism can apply in that kind of a situation, which is very much, you know, the idea of proverbially, I am God. And I see people using this phrase, actually. I've seen a few people using this in chats and Telegram and here and there in conversations. And I just have to stop and go like, wow, like, okay, yes, but no. You know, like maybe you should say God is I. Like, like God can manifest as I, but it's a lot more than just I. And I think that that's like a really big point, Cosmic, that you bring up. How that idea of, because when I look at what other people are calling solipsism, right? This idea, to me, this means that consciousness is the facilitator of all experience. And that what we're experiencing here in the material is really just an event of consciousness. And that's sort of how I conceive of the universe. It's a very shamanic idea, right? Dream time. And it's also fundamental if we look into, many occult cosmological systems that relate to Sephirotic emanations or chakric fields interacting in order to produce matter, but are essentially extensions of consciousness field, and that this matter that we're experiencing is the matter of consciousness. So when we and this sort of takes us into the idea that everything is conscious, right? That consciousness is being expressed on every level around us through matter, through beings, through ideas, through thoughts, through the very laws of nature, which have their own consciousness. This little dog at that door, can you hear him, Indy?
Maybe the door a little. I didn't hear the
Can
bark.
you hear a little dog's like moaning at the door?
Not really.
Cosmic.
It's kind of scratchy noises.
I didn't hear you, Indy.
I hear more scratchy noises and stuff, not as much of a bark, but it might be muffling the bark sound.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so your audio has gone really, really soft. I'm just looking while you're talking. Like the bars at the bottom of the screen aren't lighting up.
Oh
That's
no.
really interesting.
Let's see. I hope I didn't press anything to change it.
Can you hear him, Cosmic?
I can hear him.
Okay.
Maybe it's your internet.
That's just very strange. Maybe it's something in the audio fix between us. But yeah, that little dog in the background's annoying me because he wants to go out, then he wants to come in, then he wants to go out, then I let him in, then he wants to go out. You know this drill, yeah? There's a whole other house. Oh, there we go. You're back. Okay, cool. Very weird. I put this down to StreamYard probably because I'm here in South Africa, and it's probably got to do with a lack of servers, and delayed signal moving through the ocean and stuff like that, which you would think that an organization like StreamYard that's global would have a server everywhere. You'd think they'd have servers down in the south. But so like this idea of this this notion that intelligence is the basis of life. Well, how do you guys sit on that idea? Because it's sort of the foundation of solipsism in a sense, is that everything is an emanation of the consciousness and that everything begins with thought. And so we look at hermetics. What is hermetics? Well, hermetics is the mathematical equation of solipsism, if you want to get right down to it. Namaste, dear Vincent. How are you going? I hope you're good. Hope you're thriving. Lovely to have you. And hope life is treating you sweetly. So this whole idea of matter being a reflection of consciousness, as above, so below, means that the self, which is the structure through which consciousness operates, through which the mind is able to relay thought, which we experience as thoughts, impressions, feelings, emotions, concepts, and sensations, is this experiential reflection of an internal reality. And that sort of also relates to these new ideas like that we're living in a matrix. How do you guys reconcile those different concepts?
I don't know. I feel like it could be thought that came first, or it could be intention. And I feel like those are similar things, but they could be maybe like in a Venn diagram, like teased apart, or like seen to have commonality between them. But like as far as things having intention, like maybe a creator had intention for things to be a certain way. I feel like there's like the intention of like the heart space, and the heart kind of has its mind of its own. And then there's like the intentions of like a contemplating mind, like what should or would or could I do? Whereas like the heart would decide like what's the right thing to do, right? So I think there could be like heart-minded intention that would be like less of a contemplating mind, be more of like a kind of intuitive, like I already know what the right thing is, like let's create love, like in its contrast, so that we can bring awareness to it. Because like things that are created as a oneness thing just are either blinding or just darkening, and so you have to have that contrast for things to be able to come into light and be able to be seen and understood. So I think in that creation it's become a beautiful creation, but people have kind of gotten a little lost in technology and have kind of really stumbled as far as like the ability to integrate with the natural world. So it's been a difficult place for humanity for a long time. But I think that we're starting to understand our place and our influence, and starting to begin to understand our responsibilities. But our technology is developing much faster than our spiritual and ethical development.
Well, you guys sort of know by now my thoughts on what I would say about this, and that I think that it's not. I don't think either there really is a first cause, like at all. I think that it's always been kind of like this dual kind of thing. Because I think about like we think about causality, and if we genuinely believe that time is an illusion and time is not real, how can there be a first cause? Because in order for there to be a first cause, for something to be first, there has to be a past, present, and future, right? So with this stuff the Fae have been teaching me, looking at the universe as time being these kind of non-linear spheres, we're just kind of existing in these like vast non-linear time fields. It's more like, I think of it instead of like one ball of consciousness that sort of grows and grows and grows, and kind of like, and stuff kind of like comes out, excretes out of it, little individual selves. I look at it's like there's an attractor point, right? There's like this, there's this sort of this there's like this awareness, this sort of this masculine awareness, but it's attracted to feminine being, and feminine being is attracted to masculine awareness. And it's when these two vectors come together from different points in time and space that the consciousness that we know of and the individual self is created. So it's like in my system, the way I understand it, it's like our soul has a mother and a father that have basically created our souls through kind of this, a union of love making. And to me, I see the universe instead of as, one, universal all splitting itself off into smaller and smaller parts to make little individual pieces. I see, there's like a sexual element. That's what the Fae have kind of taught me, is that sex itself is fundamental to consciousness. It's a fundamental aspect of consciousness and awareness, because what is awareness but life and biology and all those things. So the way I see it, it's like there's a kind of there's a universal mind and there's a universal matter, and it's like the two kind of like play off of each other, and they kind of help each other grow and evolve, and eventually they meet each other in the middle. And that's kind of like, in terms of like the creation of the universe, I think of it more in terms of like that kind of framework, if that makes sense.
And if creation is a mentalism thing where the mind created all that is, you have to start to either wonder or investigate about the beauty of that, the building blocks of that creation, and start to see, does this check out? And that's what they've kind of been doing in microbiology. They've been trying to figure out where the first life forms that we know of, coming from like a direct lineage of like from one beautiful creation of thriving. And they found that there was actually many different strains that came together in the beginning of the bacterial development, at least here in the development of the planet Earth and the lineage of their DNA. They came from many different extremophile environments, like hot thermal vents, dry salt lake areas and things like that, where they had to survive like very drastic situations, and they all kind of came into like one lineage of the bacteria, um, origins that have become all the different types of branches that it's become today. But it's interesting, as like we look at the story of humanity and you look at the story of how things developed in Mesopotamia, the two foundational creatrix, god and goddess, came both from bodies of water, one from the abyss of the sweet water or fresh water, and the other one from the sea, which is an abyss in itself. And so they come from really challenging places and then come together as the creators of a race that has become able to span the entire globe, so to speak, or Earth, if people don't like that word. But we also see like that same story with a lot of things, that things don't come from a soft, nice, stable place and then last such a long time. They come from extreme challenges to overcome, and then they're like the ones that made it through, that spawn like a thing that lasts ages. We see that the story repeats with the stories of the gods in many different societies after Mesopotamia, where the gods were able to overcome the giants or overcome the challenges of the floods of nature that were put upon them by the gods of the heavens. All these challenges they've been able to come through have made them be able to create something that's kept us in awe for thousands of years. All the megalithic structures we still don't even understand. It's all pretty amazing and quite baffling when you look at our supposed timeline history that we're given. But you have to realize it's his story, and you have to wonder like how much were they able to achieve in her story of what things really occurred. It seems like there must be greater magic than we really understand, because the things they're able to achieve and the stories that we hear of what they're able to do.
Yeah, his story. Oh my gosh, that's a story. I was having a discussion in one of the groups in Third Eye Edifice group about this, and there are a lot of really interesting ideas floating around with regards to this history. How much of it was invented, and how much of it has been changed? And some people are like, everything is an invention. It's all just nonsense. Everything's been moved around the world in boxes and buried in sand to create the story. And I think it's not quite that extreme. Then there's this other idea that everything comes from America, and that all the history is in America, and America is the only place that existed. And there's so many woke ideas being passed off. I think like a lot of the history we have is right, but I think they've twisted it. I think they've suppressed some parts. I think they've played with timelines, and I think they've changed some names. Yeah. And I think all those subtle little messing around with history has given us opportunity to interpret history in the bizarre ways, which is what we've got as his story. And then, of course, there are some blatant lies and propaganda thrown in there, right? Because like whoever was in charge didn't want to look bad. Basically, they wanted to look good. So I want to get back to something that you were saying a minute ago, Cosmic. I made a note on here. Time illusion. Ah, yes. I think, Ori, that side, my darling. Your water's on the other side down there. Please don't come and do tap dancing here on the wooden floor. He's a big dog. His tap dancing is quite loud. So, yeah, I think when I look at this, I keep getting to the same point. It was like, who decided the creation happened in the past? Who decided it didn't happen in the future and is happening in the present and was happening in the past? Because the past, the present, and the future don't really exist, because they all exist right now. So creation isn't something that happened like they want us to believe. Oh, it had happened, Big Bang, and now we're just as consequences. No. So I think that perhaps the idea of no time is reconcilable when we reconcile the idea of that creation didn't happen then, that it's happening now, but it's always been happening now. And that now exists on multidimensional planes. And those multidimensional planes of existence we call different times, right? So there are other versions of now that we experienced, which we causally take us through this journey of different planes of experience, which means that, which is an interesting concept, because it takes away from the notion that time started at a particular point. Maybe there's no particular point that time starts. Maybe now is the process of time happening, and maybe time is expanding right now through us and informing the future and the past as per our present. This is quite a weird concept to digest. It's very shamanic, because basically the implication is that the past isn't what it seems to be. And this comes back to the multiverse theory, why the multiverse can exist, why people talk about time jumping, right? And jumping to different multiverse versions of this reality. Well, maybe all of those fancy words are just, maybe it's as simple as this. I exist here now, and there's a compass. The compass points forward and it points back. And if I change my alignment, the forward is different and the back is different. And if I change my alignment, the forward is different to the back is different. And so it's all about my current perspective as to what my past is and what my future is. And if I can shift my consciousness right here, right now enough, I can change the past and the future. Now, there are a lot of psychotic people that have wanted to believe that the past was different, right? And where does that come from? Where does the idea that the past could be different come from for it to become a condition? Could that be a misfire of spiritual consciousness, right? Where there's a realization that time is like this, and they're desperately trying to imprint on the past without imprinting on the present and the future, and becoming obsessed with the past. Usually, I think this obsession with the past and the future is really what takes us into the realms of mental illness. Namaste, our tuition. I hope you're well. I hope you're having a great day. You'd say there's only the now, but requires a past to give context. Yeah, well, I think that when we contextualize the now, we are speaking about the past. And whatever contextualization but there are rules of contextualization of the now. And when we conceptualize time, we are the future, I think. So there's context, concept, and experience, which is like an interesting concept. But it's really interesting, like this notion of that creation happened at some point in the past. And we're really stuck on this. And I'm like, well, how do we know the creation didn't happen on the future and is moving backwards? At the same time. And while it happened in the future, it happened in the past. And while it happened in the future and the past, it happened in the present, which would mean that time was not as relevant as what we think it is. And I'll tell you why. Like, why are we able to experience the future? This is an interesting concept. Like, why are we able to have premonitions? And anybody that's had premonitions that are real, they will understand that this is a real phenomenon. And it happens, And sometimes those premonitions can be really specific. Like, they can be really particular. Yeah. Like, you could have a premonition of being in a car accident and know which window you're going to go through, and know what the scenery is around outside and notice what direction the car's spinning in, right? And have all these different contextual parameters of specific experience, which you wouldn't be able to just imagine, right? To imagine you're going to be in a car accident is one thing. To imagine that you're going to be in a car accident on a particular road at a particular time of day, the car's going to spin in a particular way, and you're going to be thrown out of the passenger window, and it's going to hit you on the side of the ear in a particular way as you're thrown out of the car. That's such a random and unusual thing to happen. But that happened to me. Only it wasn't me that went through the window. It was one of my good friends. So, but I was scared. I wouldn't get into a car for about 3 weeks. I refused to get into the passenger seat of a car. I would only drive. No one could get me to sit in the passenger seat of a car. I'd be like, if I'm in the car, I'm in the back, or I'm not in it, or I'm driving. End of story. Because I was convinced that it was me who was going to go through that passenger window. And I was like, well, I'm not going to put myself in the passenger seat of a car. So, nah. You know? But then it turned out that that experience that I was having was from the perspective of another person's soul. Now here, this opens a very interesting kettle of fish, doesn't it? Because we can experience time through other people's consciousness. And I've had other experiences like that too, where something happened to a close friend of mine, and it had happened years before, and he wouldn't tell me. And when I experienced what had happened to him, I experienced it as if I was the first person, him. But I knew exactly what was happening. I knew who was perpetrating it. I knew exactly where it was happening. I knew the location exactly. I knew that place. I'd been there before myself. So, you know, premonitions can be really specific. Yeah. Like when my mom's pickup truck, she had this car, which was a pickup. It was like she used to use it for carrying stock and stuff when she had a shop years ago. And I'd been scared about it. And I said to her, I want you to sell that car. She was like, why? I was like, well, it's going to be in an accident. It's going to be hit. It's going to hit a tree on the right hand side of the road. Like, what a random thing. And I want you to be in it when that happens. Because I had a vision of that car. And years later, few years later, the car was stolen. And when they found it, it had been in an accident, hit a tree on the side of the road, on the right-hand side of the road. So, like, the specifics of premonitions can be rather particular. And which means it's not just, you know, you can literally see it in your mind's eye, like a specific occurrence, and it can be specific to the detail of what's happening. How is that possible? Well, what are your thoughts on that? Like that mechanism?
I feel like time could maybe go backwards, and like the future could be actually something that happened before us, and then we're going towards the past because you know, as we see things are kind of expanding in our view, that we're coming from a place where all things were one, and now we're becoming just expanded into like all kinds of different directions. If you look at things the opposite of that, it would seem that things are all coming together. If the future is the past and the past is the future, things are all coming together and uniting and integrating into one, closer and closer and more so into one particular like cell of creation, or one particular mind of creation that's united, unsplintered, no illusions. And so it's kind of a beautiful picture to see things that way. And as things have been done, like as supposing things in the future had been done and they're behind us, they're behind us now. So why carry them along with us? And the things that we see are our supposed past, which would actually be in the future, things we're looking forward towards and planning to do, but we're seeing the outcome as we take the steps. And so that would be kind of more of a conscience where you know what's going to happen if you do this, because you see you going in those footsteps takes you back to that past. But you could take yourself back to a different past potentially. And maybe by not understanding that we can do that, we just think that the past is behind us and fixed, but that actually it could be in flex, and that we could be able to influence ourselves to have a different history. And I've kind of gone through this before. It's kind of something that you can do. Like, you have to do this. Like, when you go through a transformation from your lower self to higher self, you kind of have this story that you tell everybody. Oh, I'm like a victim or whatever it is. And you have to kind of change that story. And as you change that story, you have a different past now. You have a different story. I used to say this or something, you might say, but now this is what's going on. And you may or may not tell other people that, but you might be thinking it. And then eventually you just remember the new story, and you have like a different demeanor and a different attitude towards life. And so I think like changing your story of your supposed past can like lead you in a new direction towards a better future, so to speak. But that future might be like the what we see is behind us. It's kind of mind blowing, but like I feel like as mysterious as things are, that kind of like reasoning kind of makes things look really beautiful. So at least it's like poetically like a nice story, and it kind of is like a little mind bender.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't hear the first part of what you were saying. I was getting frustrated. I don't know if it's StreamYard or what, but it's not my internet, because like it tried to tell me there was issues with my internet, and I opened up another tab and did a speed test, and my speed's running at like beautiful, and my ping is 0.4 milliseconds, right?
Right.
That's like a super stable. Like, I'm running fiber, man. Come on. Do you know what I mean? I'm not on copper or on airwaves. Yeah, sure, I'm running a Wi-Fi, but it's the modem's not far.
I might have been
But
getting back here. I got my cat with me here on the table, so if I get too far back away from the mic, just
could it be that? Maybe. I don't know. I think it's this. Sometimes the sound modulating software gets in the way of StreamYard. There's all these settings, AI settings, and I think sometimes it gets messy, because I've noticed that I'll have it on, and at some point you guys complain about my audio, and then I turn it off and it's perfect. Or I started with it off, it's perfect, and then it gets messy and I got to turn it on. So it's like, I think it's got to do with the site uploading and updating itself, in the background, whatever StreamYards is using their servers. But yeah, Namaste, Rebel Spirit. I hope you are well. I hope you're thriving. I hope you are enjoying the rebelliousness of spirit. Life is pretty good on this side of the world, but I do think, and you were telling a story, weren't you, about something that happened
about the premonitions. I feel like I've had premonitions before, and so like oftentimes I would write them off, but I noticed that if I don't smoke marijuana, I get a lot more vivid dreams. I can remember them. So as I've like gone through stages of sobriety and stuff, I took like vivid dream journals. And then recently I had a premonition of our dog passing like a week or two beforehand. But like I know to mention these things. We had a conversation about the dream right afterwards and everything, because it's different than other dreams. I don't know. It just kind of can go either way. It can be you have these premonitions. It's usually either something that's really bad or something that's really good. And so our memories are kind of like that. Things are like a lot more lucid in our memory if there was some like traumatic situation, or if there was like a really exciting situation that was like a celebration or something. They'll be more vivid. And so maybe that's kind of coming from time going backwards. Maybe there's an aspect that people who are able to see through time and have premonitions, maybe they're doing something different. They say that maybe through just being in the stillness through meditating, you start to be able to calm the waters and see through the limitations that might have pervaded you at first.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with I think what gets in the way from my perspective is the narrative engine in the brain, the mind, the little voice in the head. And when we turn it off and we just like, I can hear the wind outside. I can hear like it's, and if I just loosen up, I can actually feel the wind moving. You know, I feel like I'm in the wind, and I can feel it. And then if I really listen to it, it's like a being that's talking, right? I think it's that childlike imagination, yeah, of experiencing an experience totally and getting so drawn in to the experience. And so this is like what the star says, like, you know, how can you learn to shift present vibration to align with the higher self? Well, I would maybe use instead of using the word higher self, I would use the word deeper self, just because it to me makes more sense, because it's less surface oriented. Namaste, Socrates. I hope you're good. Socrates has no dreams. It's not a bad thing. Dreams can be good. They can be bad. You can dream while you're awake. That's the other dream that you can have. Like, just close your eyes and dream, daydream. But yeah, so like, I think saturating the experiential journey of the senses is probably a great way to align oneself, because then one gets saturated in now. And I think the more we become saturated in now, the more we're able to perceive and understand the future and the past. Because we're normally obsessed with, oh, what happened to me in the past, or with what happened to me, what I want to happen in the future. So I think desire gets in the way, right? There's desired outcomes. It's like a preventative block. And I think obsessions over the past is a preventative block. And I think very often we move between what we don't want to happen, which we have obsessions with in the past. And I think we all, to some extent, have some kind of past obsessive thing. Not that we're obsessive, that it's like that it's a psychological obsession. I think for it to be a psychological obsession, it's got to be a consistent, intrusive thing, right? But we all can sometimes obsess over things that happened in the past. Times our feelings have been hurt, things that have happened that have been unlucky, things that have happened that have been lucky, you know, or we could be obsessing of the past in the future, like I don't want that to happen again. Or we could be, I really want this to happen. Yeah, I'm really got my heart set on XYZ being the outcome. And I think whichever one we lock ourselves into, that process of locking ourselves into that becomes a preventative to experiencing now fully. And I think that when we fully absolve ourselves into now, then we are absorbing this whole process, like of all of these different potentials into ourselves. Like if we look at this as a concept here, right? So I see three potentials here. And on three potentials, I see the now of the past, right? And the now of the future, and the now of the present, right? Which is an interesting concept. And then the now of the past is like being projected from two potential then points of the future. And the now of the future is being projected from two potential then points of the past. Hope this is making sense to you people. And it's all revolving around a central point, right? And that central point also carries the now of the then of the past and the then of the future, but in a straight linear context of presence. And so when we move from the future to the past, we are then able to access this potential, which unlocks this paradigm. And I think when this paradigm unlocks, we're able to see. I hope you can see my arrow. We're able to see from different perspectives. And these different perspectives give us a new way of conceptualizing, right? Where when we get locked in to one point in the past, then we're drawing our energy from the future from these 2 points. And when we're getting locked into the future, we're drawing our energy and consciousness from the past. So it makes us lopsided. It's only when we're really fully in the present that we're able to like expand. And that expansion gives us this perspective. And to me, that's sort of like where we end up. And that perspective then ends up being a 4, which is the like, the breaking down the past into 2 parts gives us the 4, right? And when we're considering of where we're going to go, and the potential, 2 represents potential, the potential of the future. So the 2 represents the potential of the future, and 8 represents what we ate, literally what we ate. So what has become the substance of the past is got to do with what we've digested. And so we can see how this diagram represents the future, the past, and the present, but it's got a very interesting place where it sort of represents the future and the past and the present in 3 ways. And each one of those ways holds the shadow vibrational point of the future and the past in it, which to me is an interesting concept, because I see like the 4 being a half of the 8 radiating back towards the 2, right? And then the 6 sitting on the opposite side of the 4, being a sort of like a pivoting point, a harmonizing point between these different frequencies of consciousness, which I would relate to different aspects of our mind's potential, sort of working inwards and working outwards in the way that a toric field works inwards and outwards. I don't know, how does that sit with you, Cosmic? Are you with us, or are you sandwiching?
I'm sort of listening a little bit here. I think that's kind of interesting, like the diagram sort of like kind of coming up with a sort of a non-linear kind of method for time, where it's almost like the blue line sort of represents the standard past, present, future, but then the orange and the green are more sort of these outer vectors of time, these outer things that sort of like intersect at different points, And I think about like, if you're talking about like that premonition, it's almost like when you were at that premonition, you were at the part where it's like the 3 intersects with the 5 and the 9 intersects with the 8. And then that green, see, that's the premonition happens there. And then the other part where the green line intersects with the blue line, where over the lower corner of the 5, that's when the supposed event actually happens. So it's almost kind of like there's a different, like your access when you, I think that when premonition happens, it's almost like you're accessing a different vector of time. You're sort of going outside of time to look at the future to then go back to the past. So there's some interesting thought behind this.
Yeah, I reckon that the Saturn sigil is like an endless source of joy for me personally. Like I could just look into it and just like it's like one of the best novels I've read. Yeah. And I think it's the best expression of the Kabbalah. What do you think of like expressing the tree of life in this context?
I mean, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know if they fit fully, because the tree of life is a lot more of a sort of a linear trajectory going around from Kether to Malkuth and back and forth. Whereas I feel like this is a little bit more expansive than the Kabbalah in a way, because you have all these different. You have more. It's more two-dimensional. Kabbalah is very kind of like a one-dimensional. There's some alternate paths you can take, but it's ultimately kind of a linear journey in a sense. Where this, it feels more like a non-linear journey. You got this whole, instead of being one tower, you got a cube. And with that, you have more sort of range to explore, past, present, and future, then alternate pasts, alternate futures, and alternate presents. And that was kind of the other interesting thing you're talking about earlier in regards to history, in regards to, people changing it. I think in a lot of ways, if you change the past, you create a different present, because it's almost like every present is predicated on a narrative of something that happened to the past. There has to be some reason how, all these things sort of came to be. And as for changing the history, I think one of the factors involved in that is, I think that in a lot of ways, there's not as much cultural cohesion anymore. It's not, a lot more people are divided politically. They're divided about how they understand the world. We're not kind of all in this together, all watching the same TV shows and kind of going along with the same like historical narrative. There's a kind of a fracturing or a splintering of all these different histories that we're experiencing right now, because so many people are vying and coming up with alternate histories of the world. So I think just in the fact that everything is becoming more interconnected and cultures are sort of becoming, and especially with this culture war going on right now, I think there's a lot of fragmentation, simply because in a lot of ways, what's happened, if you think about a civilization, a tribe, or something like that, like it's kind of its own self-contained universe. Like you think about like the ancient Egyptians, they kind of lived in their own self-contained Egyptian world, and the Celtics, they all kind of lived in their own self-contained, Celtic Irish fairy world, right? But now we're getting more to a point where all these historical universes, they're all starting to merge together and converge. It's kind of going in all these different crazy directions and stuff. So maybe in some sense, I think that the sort of the splitting apart or the spreading of time and the past is almost kind of an inevitable, regardless of whether someone messes with it intentionally or not.
Yeah, I think that's something interesting, this notion between the present and the past and the future, and the how they extend from the present. So it's like you move one thing and you move the other. Here's an interesting thing. Like, I bought the linear concept of the Kabbalah when I was young, hook, line, and sinker, because it just made so much sense to me, right? And then when I went to live in Israel, and I became very close with someone who used to teach Kabbalah in the Hebrew University, but like Jewish Kabbalah, and he was the University of Jerusalem Kabbalistic Institute. He was a professor, teacher, and then I met more people from this. He was a farmer named Klil, which is like a special community of like biodynamic, crazy place, man, amazing. But yeah, he introduced me to a lot of people, and people used to, like, some of these other current teachers used to come spend time with me on Chofaksiv, where I lived, and which is like a classic place in Israel. If you ever go, it's probably one of the cool places to go. But they started coming to me with these different ideas of like, no, you should not conceptualize the tree of life. I was like, what do you mean? Well, no, what they were saying is you should not necessarily conceptualize it as a drawing. They say it is true that there are people in the past that have drawn these maps as they see fit, but it's actually traditional within the Kabbalah to keep the concept as pure and as abstract as possible. And that always stuck with me. And so that made me start looking and researching and going, okay, so there's other different kinds of trees. And so there have been many different depictions of the tree of life. And they all seem to come back to the sacred geometry of the cube, which is interesting. But, it was only years later that I really embraced and appreciated that this Saturn square was the tree of life. It didn't come to me immediately, right? Like the 6, the 7, and the 8, right? That is the lower triad. Then the 4, the 5, and the 6, that's the middle triad. And the 1, the 2, and the 3, that's the upper triad. So that's Atzilut. This is Bria. And this is Yetzirah. And these three together make Ashia. And Ashia is the sigil of Saturn. So Saturn is Ashia. So that's the 4 worlds of the Kabbalah depicted here. And when I started realizing this, I was like, wow, this is like you say, cosmic. It's so much more dynamic when you start to actually map the Kabbalah into this. It makes so much more sense when you can see, because I think we've mapped the tree of life to map onto the human body, which is one way of mapping it. But I think when we're mapping it conceptually, it gives a whole new set of potentials. Like you're saying, cosmic, it's not just a single dimensional, one simple thing. It shows subtle relationships, like the relationship between 3 and 9 can very clearly be seen here, right? The relationship between 4 and 6 can very clearly be seen here. And then the relationship between 1 and 7 can very clearly be seen here. Why the 7 rays are so important, why they are an emanation of the unity, the one, why the Enad is such a powerful instrument that expresses the 3 potencies, which is what this is, the 3 potencies. And the 3 potencies are of 3 parts each, bringing us to the Enad. And we can, in the same way, consider, the relationship between 7 and 3, right? And so that becomes interesting. If you have 3 parts, A, B, C, and you say A, B, B, C, A, C, so you go, let's do it as numbers, 1, 2, 3. You go 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 2, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, and 3. You've got 7 parts. So that's how you can only make 7 possible potentials if you don't reuse any of the numbers used in 3 to become 7. And so you see these mathematical relationships that are so geometrically aligned in the structure. And I think this is why time has been compressed into this narrow, like cosmic, like you were saying, the tree of life. They took the tree of life and they tried to make it really simple, right? They try to make it one-dimensional, simple, linear, from there to there and back, without, like you say, giving all those nuances of other potentials and possibilities, because time isn't really that simple. It's not really just past going to the future, because our experience, like many people in the chat, speaking of which, know thy enemy, big love, namaste, hope you're good, hope you're thriving, and Bernadine, namaste, big love and blessings to you. This idea of a linear timeline just doesn't work. It doesn't explain what's possible. It does, however, and I'd love for you guys to respond to this. I wonder what your thoughts are, Cosmic. The idea of this linear fixed timeline that started in the past and is moving towards a conclusion in the future, it does empower the idea of pure materialism, does it not?
You know, I used to think that, but it seems like when I see like science videos on my YouTube page, I think even the materialists are starting to open up to the idea that time is an illusion of that. But they kind of view it that time would still be linear from like our subjective like brain perception, but from their quantum physics perspective, they think that everything kind of already happens at once and there's all these potentials. And in a lot of ways, there's, I think, spirituality and science in that specific instance are starting to converge a little bit there. I think that, I'm used to people like, the hippie crowd saying time is an illusion. But when you start hearing the Richard Dawkins types of people and the physicists saying the exact same thing, then something interesting is happening. So, but to go back to that, I think there's still something important to explore there with the idea of that the past. Because what you're doing is when you set a narrative, with a past, you are essentially putting a person into a story. And that's kind of what religion is if you think about it. It's like whether you believe the Bible is real or fiction, it doesn't matter. But the point that you got to think about is that it's a story, right? It's a story that has characters. It has events that happens. It has a past and a present, and it even has a conclusion. If you think about it, the Bible starts out, you got Genesis at the beginning, but then there's Revelation at the end of the book, which, supposedly hasn't happened yet. And what I find interesting about that is that when you believe in that story, you become part of that story. You become part of that sort of universe that you exist in, and all kind of belief systems are like this. So I think in a lot of ways, in terms of like control, when you create a past, present, and future, what you're doing is you are putting a person into a story of the universe that you have written and you've created yourself. And that's kind of the way I look at it. So when it comes, that's why I think and then if there is no past, present, or future, then it's too abstract. You can't really put somebody into a kind of a narrative to kind of capture their mind and control their thought when you do this. So maybe the linear time narrative in a lot of ways is a way to kind of control the way you're thinking by kind of making the way you process ideas more linear in how you think about stuff rather than thinking in more non-linear ways. So, but yeah, I think, because really when you think about the past, present, and future, where that's actually most apparent is in things like books and movies. When you have a book or you have a film, you have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And life, and I think what I've really kind of started thinking about life in terms of stories is that when it comes to the universe and existence in general, you can't tell the whole story of the universe in one story. It has to be a series of books. So if you think about it, it's not that, we live in the book of life. It's more that we're in a book within the library of life. So that's kind of the way I look at it. So I don't know if you were still listening to me, Franklin, but I was basically just kind of going about how in a lot of ways, when it comes to the past, present, and future, those three elements are usually used for stories like books and movies. And when you get people into that thing, you get people into thinking that everything is one book, everything is one story, everything is, one movie. But really, I think life is stories, plural. It's not one story. We live in an entire library of all kinds of different adventures of horror and romance and comedy. It's not all one thing. It's multiple things in that sort of sense. And I think that the past, present, future sort of setup kind of further reifies your consciousness as to exist in a particular story rather than, come up with your own story.
Yeah, brother. Sorry, I dropped off a bit while you were talking because I noticed my audio thing was going, and I think the problem was with my cables. I think that must have been why, because it kept getting louder and softer. So I unplugged all my cables and replugged them and came back in. But I like the idea that it's a narrative-driven thing. And that's very interesting what you say, because without that narrative, we couldn't conceptualize history, could we? So it has a lot to do with it teaching us the way of thinking, no? And what if consciousness is the constructor of matter? If we change our way of thinking and our journey of thought, do we change the way matter orients itself? Welcome back, dear Indy brother.
Just had to make a little matcha here, but I've been listening to you guys, and I've been wondering, there's like different ways to see the future influencing the past, like through time travel. Things from the future are affecting our past. It could be perpetually like changing timelines on us, which could kind of explain different timelines conflicting and things like that. Then you have a situation where the future, there's a simulation that was created that's made everything that's happened in our supposed present and past and the future events are already predetermined. Then you got a situation where the divine created things from outside of time, whether that's like beyond time, but like things are fatalistically created, and it's in that you can know that all things are predestined to happen one certain way. By looking at things that way fatalistically, you could also see things as being fatalistic in the sense that they might not have been created by a mind, but you can find the code to predict how things are going to become, which is something Einstein was interested in for a while until he figured out the slit experiment that the way we view things influences how they occur. So it made things much more complicated to predict, which is not to say they're not predictable, but it just made it a lot more difficult to be able to see things to be predictable, or to understand how the predictability lays out with all those factors. So that kind of thinking that things are already predestined to be a certain way, no matter what you do, kind of goes along with materialism, because it takes ethics out the window, because things are already going to happen one certain way, no matter what I do. There's no consequences of my actions. So people that are concerned with money would be likely to think in those parameters, versus other individuals where it's not about personal profit and gain. They might think about more about the collective benefit as well as personal benefit.
This is actually very close to my heart, this conversation you're having. It's a conversation I've been having with a few people, and I think it probably will deserve its own round table, but I can't help wanting to bring it up here, because I think it's got relevancy. Like you talk about the double slit experiments, and what it shows about the nature of light and perspective and perception. And a lot of scientists have noticed that, like particles, what we call particles, and it depends on just how ticklish you are as to whether you feel those particles, behave differently depending on the observer, which to me makes perfect sense. Because I noticed that if I sit and watch the ether, and this is something that like anybody can really learn to do. It's nice sometimes to sit and gaze at the ethers, and that the ethers themselves are alive. And there's this field, membrane, skin of sorts. It feels like a field or a skin membrane, and it's alive. It's tingling. There's like tiny little flashes of light that are seemingly emerging from some kind of a toric field, perhaps, but millions and billions of tiny little ones. And as soon as they come into being, they come out of being. It's like these are the shortest little life forms I've ever seen. Like that's what they seem like when you're watching them. And then there's other parts of them that start to take form and start to move and start to create patterns. And if you watch for long enough, you can actually influence these patterns with your thoughts, right? And I remember doing this many years ago, right? There were a whole lot of us outside, and this must have been, okay, let me go back in time. Wow. We're talking 1993. Okay, so it's a long time ago. 1993. Oh my gosh. And I won't pretend that there wasn't psychedelic influence. And there were a lot of us sitting outside in the evening. It was summer, Cape Town, you know. And people were like, we were all sitting there, and I was staring at the sky. I was watching these things. I was like curious, like, oh, what are these things? And somebody saw me watching them and started going, hey, yeah, that's interesting. Like they started seeing those little dots and stuff. And in the end, there were about 7 or 8 of us watching these dots. And I was saying, like, you notice how they do these little patterns. I was saying, watch this. And I would make all the dots move together with my thoughts. And they'd get brighter and brighter. And people started getting freaked out. They were like, hey, what's that? No, that's like, what are you doing? Eh? Because I wasn't saying what I was doing. I was just saying, like, look at that. And then I'd start moving stuff with my thoughts. And it was like light started to get really bright at that place where you move those things together. And so this matrix can be like affected. Like if you can reach your mind out broad enough and move enough of those dots into one place, you've got a light, like a torch or a candle. And so if you're in a dark place and you can't see, and you reach your mind out and you find enough of those little dots and you move them together, put them all in one place and force them into a small point, you can have like a convergence of light. You can create it with your thoughts. And no. Yes, please do. He's going to ask me if he can eat crackers because he knows I'm like really strict about no, I don't want you eating crackers for supper. But his mom's like, when the cat's away, the mouse comes out to play kind of thing. So he's eating cheese crackers for supper. It's a good thing I made him that double powered smoothie earlier before the show because I anticipated this. You haven't frozen, have you, Indy? Okay, no, you haven't. Good, because you were like. So anyway, I'm really glad I made him that smoothie. Really glad because he had 2 glasses of it. But so he got some nutrition in. But so yeah, the bottom line, the point I'm getting at is like we can literally influence that stuff. We can influence very easily with our thoughts. And for those of you that want to do experiments, I recommend go and sit outside at sunrise and sit before sunrise, from dawn to sunrise and after sunrise, and look around a plant so you can see the energy, and then learn to see the energy, practice it like, daily. Sunsets could work as well, like sunset to dusk. And then learn to see those tiny little dots. And then as it gets darker, learn to see those dots more, and they're like tiny little pinpricks of light coming out. And then you'll notice that if you really concentrate, you can move them around with your intention, like your will. And so if we can move the etheric field around so easily with our thought, because that's what we're seeing is the etheric field. If we can move that field and squash it and stretch it and warp it to make things different. And so like you could consider it as looking at chi outside of your body and just manipulating the chi with your thought, right? And compressing it into like a smaller space. So that's the easiest way to make it more noticeable. Then how much of this other matter is being automatically influenced by our thoughts and we don't even know it, right? Like the ground under our feet. I remember this used to happen to me a lot, right? Like I used to do things I didn't know what I was doing. Yeah. Somebody used to say, hey, could you pass me that? And I'd pick it up and pass it to them. And then they'd drop it with 2 hands. And they'd be like scratching their heads. Like, how did he just pick that up with 1 hand and just, because it didn't feel heavy. But it literally wasn't, it was weightless. Right? It wasn't me going with strong, raw. It had no weight, no mass. It was like I could have been moving a feather. And like these things used to happen a lot. And like, like I remember being with people and they were like changing the tire, the wheel for a big truck or car. And they took off the whole wheel. And the guy in the side was like, hey, could you give me the wheel? And I just sort of with one finger went like that. And I flicked the wheel up and it landed in the back in the car. And it was like a wheel with a rim and everything. I was like, the guy was like, what the hell? This is like a heavy thing because I did it with my finger. I was like, because it didn't feel like there was any weight to it. You see what I'm getting at? When we forget the limitations of time and space, we can accidentally bend the rules because we don't realize how many of those rules are constructed by our thoughts. Yeah. And the moment we deconstruct our thoughts, believing like time and space is what it is, then the possibilities of us forgetting the rules and doing stuff that are outside of the rules becomes possible. I remember when I was first awakening, I used to have this phenomenon. It used to almost freak me out. I'd want to open a door and I'd be like, am I touching the door? Because as soon as my hand gets to touch the door moves. I'm like, am I touching the door or not? And I used to think that that's so weird because my sense of touch was so sensitive, right? So sensitive. My nerves are so sensitive in my hands. And I would like, and then I started wondering whether I'm like accidentally moving the door before I touch it. And I didn't think much of it, right? This was happening to me a lot when I was young. And I was like, that's weird. Like, did I touch the door? I don't know. Didn't feel like you know what I'm talking about? Like those doors that you push them open and they open and you got to push them. And like the old department stores before they had all of those automatic doors. Like think back to like, 80s and 90s or early 90s and late 80s. And so I think like this is basically an idea of the nature of time and the nature of space being not what it is, that it is really mental. And does that sort of relate to what you were saying as well, Cosmic, before, and to what you were getting at, Indy, with the nature of like this time and the space and reality with not being what it is? I don't know. What do you guys make of that as a concept? The laws of time and space are just in our thoughts.
Also, I feel like possibilities of us being able to do things that we normally wouldn't be able to do are evident when we have to do them. Like if there's an emergency, they say it's because of the adrenaline, right? But like I feel like if you get excited enough, like the limitations of what you could do are pretty much endless. I think it's all about your ability to control your capacity of range of motions and capabilities. Because like if you could conjure up that adrenaline in situations to like have superhuman strength, it could be somewhat practical, although of course you wouldn't want to use too much adrenaline on a regular basis, and you could hurt yourself doing stuff like this potentially, especially if you do it too many times. But it could be like a really interesting thing that people could endeavor to explore. I know like Wim Hof was able to do so much, being able to go into cold temperatures without being cold and being able to regulate his internal body temperature. So like stuff like that kind of shows us like the West is starting to learn about this now, but in the East they've been showing people that we can do this for probably thousands of years. The Buddhist monks can do incredible things by conditioning themselves, and they can experience a lot more extreme climates and stuff, they practice to strengthen their fists and their heads, and their skulls are, they say, 1/3 thicker than all other skulls of other human beings, because by age 7 they start to thwack them in the head with bamboo sticks, and then they start to punch steel and stuff. They've learned to condition themselves to do all kinds of things, like stop their hearts and start them again, all kinds of wild things. So I feel like if we start to believe more about the possibilities of what we can do, we can start to really perfect those talents to be able to have a better range of abilities. I feel like our diets influence our abilities too. Like a lot of these foods that we take that are inflammatory and cause fatigue and brain fog can make it hard to have the motivation to get up and do stuff, or ability to, think things through and come up with a plan to do things. So, you could consider those kind of things to play in if you want to like try to alkalize your diet and like change dietary things. You start to have more abilities to do more bodily functions, and mental challenges can be easier and stuff.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Cosmic, did you want to add, brother?
No, I don't think I had anything to add for this particular thing. No.
Okay. I just thought maybe you did. Because you've had some interesting experiences with the Fae as well, with your...
Yeah. When it comes to like, time and stuff, like it's interesting with the Fae, because with them, these beings, they can exist in multiple places in time and space at once. They can exist in the past and the future in multiple places simultaneously. And then what happens is when you have all those multiple timelines you perceive at once, they usually perceive about 4 at a time. It kind of converges into one larger form of time where it's like this like circle that goes in all sort of directions. And it's weird because it's like with their world, it's like when a party happens, it just kind of like exists. It's not like it ends and it begins or whatever. It just becomes its kind of its own sphere of experience. And so when it comes to experiencing these higher dimensions of time, it's almost like, I think in a lot of ways what physical matter does is it kind of like narrows our perception of time, because it almost like, I've been thinking about what physical matter is. It's kind of like a weight on consciousness. It kind of like, sort of like pushes it down, but it's almost like maybe that's what this world is all about. Like the material realm is kind of like, it's like weight training for psychic abilities. Like you think about like in the same way, you put like a weighted backpack so that you run with a backpack with a bunch of like, maybe like a bunch of rocks or bricks or something. It's really heavy. But then when you take the backpack off, you're like really, really fast. You just feel like you're pretty much weightless. And maybe that's what physical reality is like,
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like I used to train with weights, but not conventionally. I wasn't interested in getting big muscles. I was interested in improving my hand speed and the speed of my feet. How quickly I could get my foot to point A, point B, and back to point A again, so that I could just like instantly just snap it up and bang, and without any telegraph or just natural flow. And strapping weights on, I used to do a lot of work with weights, and it's incredible how you think you have a threshold of speed potential, and how that changes when you start messing with the weights. Like you say, running with a bag of rocks, you'd probably be able to run really blooming fast. I feel like I'm running with a bag of rocks at the moment. I need to lose a bit of weight. I'm a bit heavier than I should be. So I'm probably going to speed up a lot when I start to burn off more of this, which is already sort of happening. But yeah, it's interesting. You mentioned Indy. You mentioned adrenaline. Here's the funny point. Like I have accessed things with adrenaline. I remember jumping really high. I remember being like attacked by like a group of guys with knives, and having to do things, and then finding that I had this untapped potential. Yeah. And interesting point was like I reached out and I found her and I put her in my mind, right? But before I reached out and found her and put her in my mind, I flipped a motorbike. Like I flipped it like it was a frisbee. The motorbike went woo, 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 like a frisbee. Like by the handlebar, just flipped it like that. It was behind me because I backhanded my ex-wife, swept her off with a backhand into the bushes, while we were on the bike, and these guys came out from behind the trees, and they had like these big curved blades, and they grabbed hold of the bike, the handlebars, because I was slowly going through the bushes. I had a trail bike, and I didn't have time to think, and I saw the blades. Like, what's up when people come at you with like big blades like that, man. And without thinking, I swept my ex-wife up and I jumped up and I flipped off the bike and I somehow flicked the bike all in one movement. And the bike went off like 20, 30 feet away into the bushes. And the guys were standing there with huge eyes. And then I reached up and I brought her in to my body. And my body must have changed. And there was I heard this voice, this blood curdling voice coming out of me. And she was like going to take them and break them in half. She was going to take them like this and snap them like twigs. And they looked at whatever I looked like. And the one guy dropped the knife. The other guy, they all ran away. They got scared. They ran away. There were 4 of them. It was just one of me. My ex-wife was laying in the bush. Mike was over there, but they ran for their lives. I didn't even have to touch them. But like, it wasn't me. It was something inside of me, and it really wanted to like spill all of their blood. And I was like, yeah, okay, do your thing. I'm just gonna sit and watch. Yeah, like I took the passenger seat. I was like, you take the driver's seat. I'm gonna take. But in that moment, I noticed, wow. She literally could take them and break them in half using my body. I was like, that's interesting. Why can't I take someone like that and break them in half? Like, how could she do that with she's in my body, right?
Narashima. You ever heard of Narashima, the avatar of Vishnu, the devourer of demons? He'll rip them in half.
Yeah, basically, it's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
She's going to dismember people. She was going to rip people's heads off and rip their limbs off. I was like, holy crap. I got scared for these people. I was like, holy shit, what have I done? Like, what have I brought into me here? But she came in and she was just pure wrath. And that scream that I heard, it must have been my voice. So like, all these things that can happen in moments, and like, it makes me think about when I first, and so here I'm going to give you guys I'm going to give you guys in that are practicing different techniques, meditative occult practice. So here's one of the bush whisperers secrets. Okay, so if you can you can construct a line of thought, right? So you got to be really careful when you construct a line of thought. Call it an affirmation, call it a mantra, whatever it is. It can be English, it can be other languages. I used to experiment with different languages. And you take one line and you got to carefully make sure what you're saying, what it means, the subtle elements, the numbers, the nuances. You got to like dismantle it. Basically, as if you're creating a sigil, right? So you got to sigilize a mantra or a saying. It can be simple, it can be complex. It's good to have 3 levels of complexity. Now, I wasn't thinking about this when I did this, but think about the Saturn square for a moment. And it makes me wonder, there's 3 layers of complexity. Thinking about the Saturn square. It's food for thought. So this notion is you take one and you first start saying it with your mouth, right? And when you're saying it with your mouth, you say it with your mouth until you can hear it in your mind being said. But now you've got to be prepared to work this. So for those of you, like when you're taking leave from work, you got like a month leave or something. Because like I made decisions when I was younger not to have to work like that. I did my own thing. But if you start this process, you want to have like maybe a full calendar month. I mean, I would say a full calendar year ideally, but like let's say you've just got a month to practice it. Then you want to get this thing running in your head. Now, this is a continuous meditation that never stops. That's the other point. That's the key. So you get this one affirmation and you get it running through your mind, and you keep it running, and you'll find after a while it starts to get a tide, and it's like a wave running through your mind, and it gets its own rhythm, right? And so it gets to the point where you can just sit back, hands free, and this thing's running through your mind, right? Now you add a second layer. So you now keep your concentration on this affirmation, and you add a second layer. Now the second layer gets difficult to add because you got different speeds happening at the same time, right? Of these different things, 2 different lines, and you focus on the second one 70%, 80%, and then you put 25 to 30% just to keep the first one going. And once you get used to running the second one, you can slowly move from your awareness 75%, 85%, 95%, 100% to this second one, and the first one's just running in the background. And now you make the focus the second affirmation. Now you've got 2 affirmations running in your consciousness at the same time, right? Now you keep it going. And within a few days of keeping these 2 affirmations running in your mind, you should be ready to add the third affirmation. But now it gets really hard. So now you got to break down your percentages to like, okay, 60% onto the third one, like 30% onto the second one, and 10% onto the first one. You got you got to organize the load of your proverbial CPU. There's a little trick to it, but when you practice it, if you're practicing it to the point where you're doing it diligently all day, every day, then you'll notice that it gets to the point where you've got 2, and so it's like you got one orbiting like this through your consciousness, you got another one orbiting like that through your consciousness, and then you add the third one, and it's the next orbit. And with practice, you then bring more of the energy back to the second and more back to got all of your focus on the first one. It gets to the point where you step back and you've got three rotating wheels in your consciousness of words, all running at the same time. And if you can get to that point, like things start happening. Like incredible things start happening. Because of the mental focus and attention required to run these 3 processes at once through the consciousness, then and before you do that, practice writing with both hands. Learn to write with 2 hands at the same time. That will help you to learn that skill of, it's more than ambidexterity. Like if you're training in martial arts, that can be a useful thing to do to teach you to think on multidimensional planes at once. You can be thinking about striking with hands, feet, knees, elbows, all at once without being stuck on one. But anyway, there's a practice, if you guys want to try it, when you've got a lot of time in your hands, preferably in nature, preferably you go away, like go camping for a week or 2 in the wilderness and practice this and see what happens. If you do it for long enough, the planets are living and they'll start talking to you. What have you got going on here, dear Indy?
Right here we have the Bagawa square interpreted by feng shui for like interior decoration of your home and the layout of your architecture and stuff for the various rooms and the layout as far as the cardinal directions go. So this layout is like going from, I think one starts with career and goes up then to marriage as number 2 and then goes down and over to family as number 3, up to wealth, and then down across the middle to health and well-being, helpful people and travel down on the bottom right. And then from there, it goes up to children, over and down to fame, knowledge, and let me look at my page here. Self-cultivation. And then from self-cultivation, it goes up into fame, and then it drops back into career if you do the loop from 1 to 9. So, but it kind of lays out the ways that the directions go of these numbers kind of lay out in the pattern of the Saturn square, which is pretty interesting how that lays out as well. And which you can see right here.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
That the other image that you brought again. Did you draw these arrows pointing here?
No. That's just, they just show the arrows to show where how the numbers travel here.
So 1 goes to 2, 2 goes to 3.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see that they've created these Saturn sigil?
Yeah.
Is this from Taoism?
Yeah.
Holy crap, dude! You've dang, ring the bell, everybody. Ring the bell, people. Like India's just ding. He's like he's hit the bell hard. He's hit the bell hard. Like it's church bells ringing here. Because this is a Saturn square. This is exactly a Saturn square if you look at what it's doing on the screen here. And it's interesting the way it shows the relationship between number 3 and 4 and 6 and 7. Right?
Mm-hmm. The lines that go 3 and 4 at 6 and 7 and 9 to 1 are the only ones that stand out from the Saturn square. The ones that are vertical.
But the 4, the 5, and the 6 are running the line.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And
so now we can actually now relate the Saturn square to Taoism.
Yeah, it's all in there. It's all integrated. And then like you can kind of see how those numbers lay out as you go across the board, kind of like the tree of life, where you kind of like go through these different stages. And you go from the beginning of the tree.
Is it just my eyes? Fame. Interesting.
Yeah. That's number 9. So that's like the ultimate completion and achievement. Like you become a master, I think is what that means to say. But this is for like feng shui. You want to put like your college diploma on the wall up in this corner of the room or something. They all kind of lay it out with the system of 9, and the center being health and well-being, they say here, but also being interpreted as unity, and sometimes orange, sometimes yellow. It's kind of a mercurial center point that integrates all the things.
That is just so interesting because just looking at this, it's so much going on here, man. So much. Powerful insights.
They show it with the tortoise as well, the different layouts of the numbers.
And number 5's always in the middle, eh?
Yeah. And so that's why there's 8 trigrams, because they leave 5 out of the trigrams. It's kind of just the unifying central point, and it doesn't really have.
Wow.
Yeah.
I haven't really looked into this feng shui element of how it is really based upon the square of Saturn, but it makes perfect sense that these universal dimensions and universal dynamics are going to be cross-cultural, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you've really brought some really interesting information out. People, get out your notebooks and take note. Like, where did you find this information?
Oh, I just thought about it. My mother does feng shui. She was an interior designer and an architect. So
Is that so? Should we get her on the round table?
yeah, she's pretty mystical. She's into this stuff.
Hey, dudes, you know what I'm thinking?
So
I'm not even joking here. So everybody is pricked out wide. Mexico, are you in the room? Ding, 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 ding. Because Mexico is coming on.
all right.
Oh, cool.
Exciting.
And she's a kinesiologist, right? Not the traditional allopathic kinesiology, but the kinesiology that's based upon Chinese medicine, yeah, which is diverse form of muscle testing. So, like, I wanted to bring her on, but kinesiology and muscle testing, that would go so well with somebody who's got a background in this, wouldn't it? Eh? Feng Shui. Wow. Mapping the body, the kinesiology of the body, and mapping the outside space. So that's so I spoke to Mexico about it, and just so you all know, this is actually going to be a scheduled. This is very rare for us. We're actually going to have a preloaded topic, because I was trying to get her to come on, and she's a bit like shy, like, no, shy. I'm like, stop being shy. But the 23rd is the date that we've penciled in. So everybody, Mexico is going to be on the 23rd. And it would be really lovely. Maybe what just happened? What happened? Maybe your mom would be keen. If she's a feng shui person, I'm sure there's a lot we could learn from her. No?
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, she does palm reading and stuff, and all kinds of cool things.
Why have you hidden your mom from us?
Well, my parents are always busy. They're always buying and renovating homes, moving across the country. I moved 27 times in my youth with them.
Well, if you talk to her, see if it's a possibility. The 23rd would be great if she's free on the 23rd on a Saturday. I don't know what her schedule is, but like that gives quite a lot of free time. That's what, 2 weeks, yeah.
Yeah.
But so we're going to have kinesiology on the table. We're going to be talking about this, as well as so the 23rd of August, which is interesting because it's 23 plus 8, which is 31. 31 plus the year, the 25th century, right, makes 56. And there's something very interesting about that 5-6 number. Like when I think of 56, it holds some kind of a powerful intonation, an expression of that that central pillar, right, that we were looking at now, that you were showing us, that I had on the screen as well as the let me get it back on. Get it back on, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, the 56 is that movement down diagonally towards the harmony of Venus from Mercury. So it's a Mercury-Venus connection, and 6 then sits as the midpoint between the Moon and Saturn. And so the moon and Saturn are the matrix of our space and time, right? Saturn moon matrix is like it's powerful convergence of time and space in that connection between our inner conscious fluids that move and shape time, right? So the moon touching Saturn, creating this moon Saturn matrix, has got a lot to do with how our thoughts and matter are manifesting. So for that reason, that's a good date for the Feng Shui and for the kinesiology, because kinesiology is the microcosmic form of Feng Shui. What an interesting concept here, eh?
Yeah.
Because Feng Shui is when you apply the same principles to matter outside of yourself. And if you take those ideas and put them into your body, then you're looking at mapping up how these internal chis flow. Yeah.
If you
So,
look,
yeah.
oh, go ahead. You were going on about the cheese flow. I like this. The chi.
Did I look?
No, I was gonna say, interestingly, like if you look at that square and you take the 9 and the 1 and you draw them up away, and then you triple the 5 in the middle, it creates the tree of life for the Kabbalah. And there's one of the 5s is hidden, the Da'ath is hidden in the tree of life, and then the other 2 are beauty and foundation, kind of parts of the unity as expressed in the Bhagavad Squares 5. So I feel like that it's all connected. And if you look at the tortoise shell, it looks a lot closer to the Sephirothic tree of labyrinth of Kabbalah. But there's more central points that connect than the 5, which is interesting. Also because the 5 is hidden from the trigrams, and the Da'ath is one of the center points that's hidden in the tree of life, the root of all existence. And so 5 is also like the root in the integrating factor.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You know, I always think of the Da'ath as being like the negative space created by separation. Like if there's a separation, it's like I don't like the word vacuum, but metaphorically, a vacuum created becomes negative space. It doesn't really exist of its own accord, but it exists as a confluence of this moving apart, which is an interesting concept when we think about time, expansion, you know, the universe as a concept. And so, yeah, I think that'll be like a really exciting discussion, man. You didn't tell me your mom was so cosmic, dude.
Yeah, she does star charts and stuff too. Pretty cool. She's an amazing artist.
Nice.
Paintings.
Yeah, Mexico's also an amazing artist. Cosmic's gone off to Sandwich Land, I think, lunch.
At that time.
But yeah, this is really, I think, quite like a interesting point. Like, have you got that image of that turtle shell to bring up again? Because like this, if you got just the turtle shell image to bring up,
Yeah.
I think that might be quite an interesting. And please, when you bring up the turtle shell image, could you make sure that when you at the bottom right corner that you tick off the sound? Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Because if you know when you share something on the bottom right, it says share with sound. It's like a little button. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you could toggle that off, otherwise it affects our mics and it affects our audio, and it makes, maybe that's the problem that I created earlier when I toggled that thing. Maybe I didn't toggle it off properly. If that makes sense. I've noticed StreamYard does that.
Here it goes. Okay. So here with the tortoise, you can see the way that they have the 5 laid out in the center is 1, 2, 3 dots. And so if you kind of imagine the tree of life in the Kabbalah starts with the top line. Now, I don't know if that would be this tortoise upside down, looking down, because in the tree of life, the roots are in the heavens, coming down to the branches on earth. And so it may be starting with like 1 on the top, but it kind of goes down diagonally to the next 2, and then into the center would be where dot auth is on that top dot. And then it goes out to the middle ones, and then it goes back into the center on those middle dots, and then it goes into the lower ones and back into the center, and then down to the last, to Malkuth, I believe, or vice versa. So, yeah.
So I'm noticing here that the 4, the 8, the 6, and the 2 are not lit up.
Right. It kind of lays out like the Templar cross. If you look at the bright ones, the octagon in the middle.
Yeah, but is that because of yang and yin?
I believe so. These are all odd numbers. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, which are considered to be numbers of balance in Chinese numerology for having a center point, because they're odd.
So those then relate to yang.
Yeah, I guess they're associated with yang and the brightness, and then the even is associated with the darkness and the imbalance of the even numbers, because they don't have a center point. They're out to the extremes. They don't have a center point.
Right.
So they're associated
It's
with
very interesting the way they've done this.
Yeah.
Mm.
Explains
And then
a
the
little.
way that the 2 and the 4. So if you move from 2 to 4, then 4 to 6, and 6 to 8. And then if you move from 1 to 3, 3 to 7, 7 to 9, can you see that that's like a SWAT sticker?
Yeah, there's so much involved there that you can pull out of this.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
It's like a SWAT sticker. Isn't that fascinating, huh?
Yep. You could, there's like, it's like 2 swastikas on top of each other, so it makes like a double swastika kind of.
Yeah, I mean, even just the very notion of like it's just interesting the way it seems to run, you know. Like if you imagine that there's a line that goes from 3 to 9, and from 9 to 1, and from 1 to 7, then you got one thing. Then if you got a line that goes from 4 to 2, from 2 to 6, and from 6 to 8, you got these like 2 Z's over each other, you know?
Yeah.
And you can see how that's like a kind of a spinning vortex, like the
Okay.
idea of it. And it's just, to me, it's fascinating.
And then you have also like the triangles that you can pull out, where you align every one of the odd numbers aligns up in a triangle to 2 odd numbers on the other side.
Right.
And those are like the enneagram, similar to like the enneagram triangles, potentially.
So they all add up to 10, huh?
Yeah, they add up to 9, and
Are you
then
sure?
5.
7 plus 3 is 10. 6 plus 4 is 10. 8 plus 2 is 10. 1 plus 9 is 10.
When you go across the board, yeah, okay, yep.
And
yeah,
let's check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Like, there is no coincidence going on here at all. At all. Don't take it away, but we're just going to see that like it's exactly the same year.
Oh, okay.
Right? 1 plus 9 is 10. 7 plus 3 is 10. So the maths is universal, as with this, with 5 sitting in the middle. So if you count 5, you're adding 15 to every storyboard, effectively.
Yeah.
So it's literally like a very highly efficiently done. So that means that the turtle is related to the powers of Saturn. I wouldn't have seen that coming, but it makes sense now that I think about it.
Yeah,
Because I've met turtles when they were like babies, when we buried them in Sri Lanka, when they come, well, the eggs. And when the eggs hatch, they run out and they go like into the sea. They're really cute. But I haven't really had an interaction with a turtle in the sea, like a one-to-one, like, hello, come and say hello. Let's hang, you know? That would be pretty cool. But now that you see the story, it makes me think about Terry Pratchett. Yeah?
Yeah. Tell us more.
Terry Pratchett and his idea. Have you read any of Terry Pratchett's books?
I don't think so.
Okay, so Terry Pratchett's classic. Cosmic must know Terry Pratchett. Oh, Cosmic.
I haven't read the Discworld books. Isn't Terry Pratchett one of the Monty Python people, or like affiliated with them?
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. He's affiliated with quite a lot of fantasy. But like the Discworld is classic. Like classic. Bawakasha. I loved The Spell Singer. It was probably one of my favorite of his books, like when I was young. But the idea that the universe is being pulled around on the back of a turtle, right?
Yeah.
And so I don't know if you caught what Indies dropped here. Did you catch it?
How this like lines up with the enneagram? I saw that.
Yeah,
Or
so
the Saturn
this is the Saturn square.
Yeah, it lines up with the Saturn square. That's what I meant to say. Sorry.
It's exactly the Saturn square.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and this is Taoism.
Yeah.
So that is pretty damn impressive. Like, it's a cool find.
It goes way back to the Green Emperor. And nowadays they say that like the Green Emperor was fictitious because he was a serpent god that came from the West with his wife, with tools of architecture like the Freemasons, and gave us civilization. So he was just pretend. I'm sure, yeah.
There's this story about Aryans in China, though, isn't there?
Yeah. They start off their story with the Yellow Emperor, and they say this story of the Westerners having come over was just a myth. But obviously not. They brought so much, you know. It's like maybe their lifetime was so long and they like really impressed people like this. We can't let people know they lived that long. Kind of like Isis and Osiris had a really long lifetime, lived through many lifetimes of the people they ruled. Just like the Green Emperor and his wife, Nuwa and Futsi.
You mentioned the Yellow Emperor, and it makes me think that, like, because the Yellow Emperor's story was that he had sex with 1,000 women and then ascended to heaven, right?
Jeez.
And so the idea of a Chinese wet dream was even a reality back in those days. And people from the West were migrating out to China because why is their population so big? Must be something in the diet.
Because like the Green Emperor was part of the her story. We had like the her Futsi was like, you know, her husband, and she was like the mother of all the people, and he was like her helper, and like he helped her build everything and helped them learn to become civilized and have agriculture and fishing nets and things like that. And so he later on with the history, he was given the credit of having invented everything. But the original story was that she did everything and that he was able to help. That the really only thing he did was he created the fish net. But she helped them with agriculture and understand the moon cycles and how to build and stuff. But they played kind of a shared equal part in a lot of things. But later on, she was taken out of the picture, and then eventually he was taken out of the picture too, as just a mythical figure. And then they got this Yellow Emperor that's just a total womanizer. He invented the writing of the Chinese characters. So he was like the guy that they give him the credit for everything. They take away the credit from the Green Emperor. But he came over to help protect the people from an invasion that was coming from the west, and he got them all soldiered up and civilized and ready to protect themselves. But they had been exiled and they were in dismay. They were just wandering around the wilderness barefoot, trying to capture things and strangle them. They didn't have any weapons. They would have a lot of injuries on their feet and stuff, and they didn't know how to cook things or do things right, so they just eat. They were eating like the fur of things too. They didn't know which parts were the right parts to eat. So they were really uncivilized savages before the Green Emperor and Nuwa came over there, because they were just exiled by the gods.
But could that be propaganda to rob the original people of their past? Like, you were a bunch of dumb idiots before we came and looked after you. We civilized you. Look at you. You were crawling around in the dirt. Savages. Like the way the Europeans got to South America and they were like, oh, these savages, you know?
Their story is that when Nuwa created people out of clay from the Yellow River, that she made like really nice looking people, and then she had a bunch of extra and she made these like really quick people, and that was the rich people and the poor people. And so the poor were kind of a mistake. She kind of whipped them together too fast and they were kind of in a mess. And so that's why they became the way they are. So that's kind of how they explained how they were made and stuff. And she's like a creatrix god, but it could be said that like one of the 72 tribes that was exiled from Babylon ended up becoming, China. That's probably what they'll say in the West, but to the East, they probably trace their story back to a lot longer. Maybe coming from like a Vedic or Hindu origin instead of like a Mesopotamian, which might have been much later to the East.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Like to see, like there's this story of one of the occult treatises that was lost and this is mentioned by a lot of magicians, like in old times, like that there was a treatise on the 5 elements that was lost to the West.
Sounds
and
right.
So it would have been universal knowledge, but somehow we lost it. But they kept it intact in China. Yeah. And probably because of a certain king or a queen or someone that came up and said, nah, we're not having that. We're going with the system that I like. Right? I don't like the 5 element system. I like the 7 chakra system. We'll do away with the 5 elements nonsense. This is 7 chakra. Keep it simple. Probably because they had like 7 kings or 7 nations, and they had to politically be correct because our politics has got to be a reflection of God and divinity, right?
Yeah,
we don't want
MAO.
this story of like, no, there's no difference between divinity and politics. Sorry, brother.
Okay. Yeah, 7's associated with Saturn too, so there's that. And then there was a lot of worship of the Black Sun that's kind of been obfuscated as the worship of the Heavenly Father or the Helios, yellow sun. So it seems like a lot of the deep occult mystical stuff is more influenced by Saturn worship and numbers, with 7 being like an integral part of like a lot of the world religions. But really not known to the public that Saturn had anything to do with that.
It's interesting when you say Helios, and I never noticed this before. Leos, as in lion.
Yeah, that's good.
So the male lion. I wonder if there's some trackage or some form of footprints in the sand that will lead us to that etymology. Darn, Google has done her best to strip away all truth of etymology from us, and every word is no older than 300 years, and that's just how it is. Forget tracking modern words back to 3,000 years ago. Google will have none of it. She is redesigning etymology, making it nice and chic. It all comes from French, didn't you know?
It seems to, they say.
They really want us to like embody French food or something, French culture.
Actually, Greek of the Latin, though, really, doesn't it? I mean, the French came from the Latin, did it not? So they're not really going back very far. They're just stopping it, cutting it off.
Yeah, I've tried like using etymological dictionaries online, and I get like frustrated. But I've learned that there are ways to trick Google. There are ways to get through her nets.
Yeah,
But you got to go like roundabout. You're gonna move like a crab, you know.
you have to know what you're looking for and ask for it in like different ways. Well, if you don't really know what you're trying to find, you're not gonna end up really getting too far with it because it'll only show you so many things. Like it's really silly. It's like if you know how to find esoteric things, it's because you know about them. Because it's not going to show you them readily.
It is a problem though, because then what happens is you'll see all these people writing books about etymology, and they're fixing it in so that everybody's got this idea. No, that's where the word comes from, and so you know how it is. Once you've got a belief in your mind, an idea that you think you know, then it sort of limits one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
One gets sort of tracked into that idea, that ideal.
Especially if you've heard somebody else critique things that is another idea that's competing, and you're just stuck on that critique. Like I heard somebody say that that's completely out of the picture because this, but they never really examined it themselves. They just heard somebody else say it, and they kind of parrot speak it back, and they're stuck on their own point. But if we could all really like take a step back and like think to ourselves, like, all right, they did say this. Let me check it out first, though, before I cast that off, you know. But it's good even to say that, like, even though people don't think that this is possible, that, you know, we don't really know, and it is a possibility that that could be the case, but it's more improbable. When you hold that kind of a ideation of things, you're allowing those things to possibly be. So you're in your mind, if somebody shows more evidence, you might be able to come more around and think, oh, okay, previously I didn't see anything here for this, but you're starting to show more light to it now. So like that's different than thinking to yourself like, oh, that's total BS. They're just they have bad data or something, and you just come up with excuses in your mind to rule it out. But that does happen a lot in science, especially with things like they're talking about with the anomalous astronomy data that they had been thrown out for so long. That's being reconsidered now. Like they're talking about how they've always thrown out the time of the speed of light being different. They just kind of ruled it out to a constant and took away the factor of the differences. They're starting to want to look at those differences of the speed of light now, see what they can gain from that, which is good to be able to come around to really start to see things again with new eyes. Be more inquisitive.
What were they thinking? I stopped and I go like, seriously, like, what were you thinking? Like we know that light, the sound travels differently through different mediums.
Yep.
You're trying to tell us it's just one medium in space, but then when you look at it, they go, well, actually, there's not one medium. There's 3 different mediums. Oh, so light travels through 3 different mediums of space, right? Space-time. This is what they say. So, like the space in your solar system is not supposed to be the same as the space in your this. And what about the space between galaxies? Like, what are we talking about? You know, like just where are the boundaries? It's like an interesting concept.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of like how Rupert Sheldrake always talks about how we should view nature as having habits as opposed to laws. The irony is, though, like we talk about this like it's speed of light being constant, all these like rules and laws and constants as being a scientific thing. This is originally a Christian idea. This is originally God as this divine watchmaker. He's carefully, constructing the universe in this very specific way. And these like very specific, like rigid, like rules and constants are actually basically saying this proves that our, God is essentially, a real being. But ironically, I think it's like Christianity kind of plays into the mechanical universe narrative, just like materialism does, but it allows a little dimension of spirituality. But it's kind of like, if you think it's almost Christianity, it's like half materialism, half religion. Like they're kind of blended together in that way. I know I just had that thought just now.
I like Gabriel's term seance. It's a good description for science, like because it like you say, it's quite religious, unfortunately. I mean, I don't think it's supposed to be. Yeah. I think like Indy says, and as well, like I think like you're saying, it's supposed to be an open-minded expansion into possibilities and really keeping your mind
Yeah,
balanced.
it's an ideal that you live up to. In the same way that someone may call themselves a Christian, they practice maybe love and forgiveness and discipline and prayer and all that stuff, but they might be, a flawed person. They might not live up to all those expectations. They might slip up someday. Maybe they're sinful in some aspects of their life. They don't really go there. And I think science is the same way. In science, there's an ideal that you're open-minded, and that you change your mind on an opinion on something, even if you don't like what that fact says, right? And that's an ideal, but I don't think a lot of human beings are capable of living up to that ideal of this perfectly. I'm just going to accept whatever, dark nihilistic conclusion the universe is, and I'm just going to accept it because the evidence points that way. But people don't live up to that expectation sometimes. Sometimes they're just, they're selfishly motivated. They have their own, sort of interests, and they may try to appear to be, I'm this open-minded, objective person, as a way to kind of like garner like attention and sympathy for other people. But I think in the same way that sometimes somebody may call themselves a compassionate Christian, but in real life they're very mean, abrasive people. I think in the same sense, someone can call themselves, I'm an objective scientist, but in their real life are actually incredibly biased and opinionated.
Yeah, I think that is a big thing, isn't it? The very notion of the state of reality that we think we're living in, and just how disconnected we can be from ourselves because of our thoughts. And we notice this, don't we, when it comes to, let me give you an example. Let's say you're reading a book, right? And you're sitting in a posture that's not comfortable. You might completely not realize that you're sitting in a not good posture, and you might end up with a sore back or a sore neck. Yeah? Because you're off in the mind. And so these scientists are very often off in the mind, and they're not fully experiencing reality. And I think that's the definition of being a little bit discombobulated, right? I think a certain degree of discombobulation is almost necessary in order to fit into a lot of these modern scientific paradigms of thought, because the common sense is not always like accepted, like the speed of light being one classic example. Yeah. And the viewer affecting the subatomic state of being, and the ideas, like there are a number of them out there. Removing the aether, for example, as a concept, and no longer having a toric field from whence matter arises, sort of causes you to start conceptualizing matter as being the primordial, where when we think of applying a concept like ether, it means that matter isn't primordial, but matter arises from primordial, which is a more interesting way of looking at it, because it means that it's not just a material mechanical universe. They wanted us to live in this little mechanical world of swinging pendulums and clocks, which has its use, but like you say, I think it becomes religious, and that's quite interesting. Getting to this point of where religion and science meets, and speaking about this journey of the soul. So birth, being born, and passing away from the world as a concept. I think it's something that we haven't really in our consideration of children, we haven't been fair in, I think, observing the process of a child, because we think of the child as being like it's already a child, right? But if that child hasn't yet become a being, an adult being with all of the necessary function potential, then how much of that child is present in the physical universe and how much of that child is present elsewhere? I use that word elsewhere loosely. So what are your thoughts on that? Like, why children have so much more ESP than adults? Like, how much of their consciousness is resting outside into the consciousness field?
I think it has a lot to do with the ostracizing of the imagination. I think when you treat people like they're crazy, like we treat children like, oh, they're seeing things. It's just in their imagination that there's nothing really there. I don't see anything. You could almost do that with anything. Like if somebody was coming up around you and said like, hey, look at this on my phone. People could just say, what phone? You don't even have a phone in your hand. And if everybody was in on it, it would make you feel like you're crazy. And you would start to doubt if you even have a phone in your hand. Now I'm colorblind. And like one time I went to school, and one person said, you have something green on your forehead. And I looked in the mirror and I didn't see anything. I came back to class. Somebody else said the same thing. And it was driving me crazy. And I thought they were all in on it. And I don't really know to this day whether there was even something there or not. They might have been just joking around with me or messing with my head. But like these kind of things, other people's perspectives, when we don't really believe in ourselves, what we see is real, we check in with somebody else and they doubt it, and everybody consistently doubts it, it can make you start to doubt your own reality and start to like lose attention to the things that people aren't seeing. Because if you can't share it with other people and it makes you feel like you're crazy, you might want to stop talking about it, because the people are not really understanding it. They're not really cooperating with your story, and they're kind of trying to convince you that there's something else that's really true. And so it kind of makes things hard. But some kids just really don't care. And like usually kids that have like kind of like learning problems, they don't really listen to what others tell them to think. They just think for themselves. And so they'll oftentimes be able to have visions of their past life into like a later stage in life, like maybe until like age 7 or more. And they'll also be able to have like extrasensory perceptions and things like that. I think I was kind of one of those children that never got never got socialized properly, and I lived more in nature than in society. So I kind of learned a lot more from the animals than I did from other people, and I grew up a lot different, having a different view on everything. My values are different, and my perspective is very different on things. I kind of see things like in a very more creative way, which is kind of difficult for society. If everybody gets creative, things are going to start to get tangentially like more diverse and hopefully not divided, but things would become a little bit more exciting, and there'd be a lot more to discover if people are all more creative. I think that's something they try to keep a lid on. They want the people that are just naturally creative to be able to discover it themselves. Whereas if they were to try to make everybody be creative, a lot of people don't really have that capacity for like intuitive, creative thinking. So it would be hard for them to do well, but they might try to like overpower people that are better at it in the market. So I feel like that's something in different ages they welcome more. Like in the Renaissance period, they welcomed in more creative, innovative thinking. In paradisial times, when things get better after a difficult time, like a small ice age, things tend to bounce back and they start to welcome in more innovations during those times historically.
The thing is, though, if you look in a social environment, right? If we take it to a social paradigm, creativity is quite funky. It's quite positive. So it's quite popular, isn't it? If you come up with a new idea that's funny, people are going to like it.
Mm-hmm.
Then they're going to be drawn to that. And if you've got like funny new ideas, people are going to like congregate, right?
True.
So it's actually quite popular. So it's almost very weird that they've managed to make children lose their creativity at such a young age, because I think all children are creative, largely. And those that have been more brainwashed by the system lose their creativity faster than others. You think that's a fair statement?
Yeah.
And so the system wants us to be non-creative so that it can choose who gets to be creative and how they get to be creative. It's almost like the system doesn't want any more real innovations. Isn't that what it is?
Yeah. It's trying to stop them, but they're going to be inevitably coming up. And I think when innovations come up, they possibly try to come up with a distraction and push that into the limelight. And that's how they obfuscate things. Like, they had this guy come out with a water-powered car like so long ago, and they killed him. And then they let Tesla have the battery-powered car. Now they're doing the hydrogen power. And it's like, what do you think water power is? It's hydrogen power. This guy that invented this, that they killed off, then some corporation takes the responsibility for having invented it and patents it. It's so sad. It's this guy, Julian Brown, that I think was from Georgia, that just invented a way to turn plastic into liquid fuel. He was abducted and disappeared after like sending out a lot of messages that he was being watched, and he was worried about like his invention being taken away. And then a Korean scientist just invented it. That's the same thing right after he was taken away and abducted. So they got other people taking ownership of these real inventors. That's like my grandfather was an inventor and astrophysicist. He was a rocket scientist in optometry, and he went over to Japan to spy on optometry secrets, but they gave him like a really meager wage for his work that he did. And he kind of lived like pretty poor. So like, I think they're taking advantage of a lot of like creative Ukrainian immigrants like my grandfather, and like paying them nil and taking their inventions and going to the bank with them. Because like he had satellite imagery from the 50s that has like high fidelity from outer space and satellites that he was able to create for them, and he didn't really have much to show for it, but he did live a happy life.
I think this is typical though.
Yeah,
because science doesn't pay.
Doesn't.
Like,
so much for
they don't want us to be scientists, because if they like, if you want to be rich, what do? Marketing.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if you want to have a job here in South Africa, if you want to earn, the easiest way to earn $1 or $2 million a year is to be like, plus, is to be a CEO. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a VP, what? $750,000 a year? And if you're like, what's under VP? You'd be, what you call it? Like $500,000, and then you go down, and then there are a lot more positions, right? Under that sort of umbrella. $250,000, there are a lot of positions. You go down, 150K now is a lot more positions. 100K, and then you go under that, like 50K, and now there's like, corporate structure. So, like, if you're a scientist, it's not easy to earn 50K or 100K a year. But if you're an IT person, you can earn 100K a year, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to be a genius to earn 100K a year, US, if you're an IT specialist. But like, let's see a scientist earn 100K a year. No ways. I reckon, what do you think a scientist earns? 60? If they're lucky, right?
Well, I think if you're a chemical engineering technologist or something, you can help them like make the terrible chemicals that they want to make. You can make like 0.2 million a year doing chemical engineering technology or aeronautical engineering, which integrates like 5 different types of engineering. But this is the kind of stuff gotta have like 10 years of education to do this stuff, and then be fully integrated with like immoral and unethical things that they want to do, have you do for them. After all that,
Exactly.
they got you reeled in, you know.
But there's not probably that many roles for that kind of. Most of the people, like there are an average IT person that's pretty good at doing IT can probably make 100K a year.
Yeah, they probably have better job security in the IT field.
You know,
make these.
You don't have to be brilliant. Like if you're just an average IT person, you can make 60K a year without like, you know, be a low like a henchman. Like just that's where they want us. They're not looking for innovation specifically, are they? Namaste, SOA. I'm sorry to hear that, Howard.
When people make innovations, what happened? Ned dropped him. Welcome back. How about that, Aaron?
That is quite interesting, though. You know, you say about your grandfather. This is something which I think is quite common, right?
Yeah.
Is this notion of you know, planned obsolescence. Don't even go there. Our tuition. I'm always moaning about this nonsense.
God.
Like, what are we doing? You know, even the fact that they can invent a computer that the keystroke, after so many keystrokes, your keyboard breaks, right? Or with a non-replaceable battery. This laptop that I'm got here, like, you know, the old laptops. So this is a metal frame. This is an old Lenovo. It's the Z70 old Lenovo that I'm using here. And I bought it in 2015. Yeah. And I didn't use this one. I kept it in the cupboard for long because I had a few of them. And I bought one, gave it away. They were like on deal. So I was like, oh, buy one. At that time, it was high specs because it's got like Radeon ATI graphics card, which is reasonable, and 16 gigs of RAM and a reasonably decent CPU. So I can still use this machine today, even though it was 2015. Yeah. Wow. It's not behind. Wow. Its serial bus is probably not on the fastest end when it comes to moving information on and off of the hard drive, but for functionality, it's not a big difference to the other one which I've got, which is the latest sort of Ryzen 7, you know, which is like a super fast CPU. Mm-hmm. But just as an example. But my other machine like this, I've got two. It's still got Windows on it. This one I've wiped Windows off and I've put on Linux.
Oh, cool.
Which is why I use it for podcasting. But my other Windows machine that I've literally had on since 2015, I don't even turn it off. And it still works. Right? 10 years. Okay, the audio's gone a bit messed up. It can't really play sound well, but that's to be expected because I used to have like loud sound coming off of. I used to watch films and watch YouTube on it and stuff, you know. Yeah. The speakers wear out, but I'm just saying you won't get that with the machines that are being made these days because they are specifically being designed to break or to be obsolete. And so I look at the build of this other machine that I bought, which is this Ryzen 7, which is this really fast CPU, and I look at it and I go, wow, that thing's not going to last. I look at the keyboard, the touchpad, the keys. This is such a solid build laptop. Okay, I was careful when I bought it to buy a good solid build laptop. I'm just saying you don't get them anymore. If you want to get a decent solid build laptop, you've got to pay through your teeth. And even then, it's designed to break within 5 years. So you're just wasting money, right? And so there's no conscious recognition. And this brings me back to Bitcoin. Okay, so the birth of the soul, the journey of the soul. What about our world and our life that we're living in? Like, is Bitcoin, can we consider Bitcoin to be like an era that has been born and that is alive? And what I mean, to be specific, is like, to me, Bitcoin seems like it's a religion. I don't know. What are you guys' thoughts? Have you noticed that people treat Bitcoin like a religion, and not just Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, like it's the future, like it's this new wave that's going to save humanity, and it's going to give us all of this incredible encryption. We're going to be free. They can't spy on us. Our secrets are going to be safe, right? We're going to have this anonymity, and people preach at this Bitcoin or at these cryptocurrency churches. I don't know. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I feel like it's a cult, and not everybody really needs to use it, but they're trying to push it on us. Kind of like you have to have a phone and an email and stuff to be able to get like a job and stuff. They might potentially make it so that you have to have some kind of a crypto account, some kind of a crypto payment received method or something. I try to stay away from all that stuff and keep my life simple and just work with cash and stuff. And I do personal checks sometimes. But I don't like all this weird like crypto things. And for a long time, you couldn't actually get money from it. You could use it online to buy stuff, but you couldn't actually get cash. But now they have it so that you can get a card from like Venmo or something and use an ATM with your Venmo and actually get cash from it. But there was a long time where you could never actually receive real money in the actual world. You could only use digital money from this stuff. And I don't know anybody that's ever been able to use their crypto to get actual money before. I've never heard of it. I don't really delve too deep into it, but I know people have all told me that I have all this crypto, I have all these Bitcoins. Either I lost my data card that has them on there, or I just have them locked somewhere and I can't use it to do anything with. So I feel like it's kind of a scam, and it doesn't really have that much versatility. It's very stuck in its ways. It's probably expanding to be able to get it into like banks and off ATM machines more easily now. But I think that's a challenge for a lot of people to be able to do. So I think it's more a craze about being part of the cult. It's like, I'm part of this secret society of money that you should be part of too. It's going to take over the future. But I don't know really that it's necessarily going to.
It's literally a pyramid scheme. Yeah.
Yeah. And so like the people that were able to invest in this early on, that held on to their money, that were able to keep track of it, did pretty good. But I can only imagine how many people are so frustrated that they had bought the Bitcoins, they lost the track of their data, they don't have any way to get to it. I know one of the famous rapping artists like just realized that he lost like $6 million worth of Bitcoins or something. At the time, it was only given to him. It was only like 5,000 or something, but now it'd be worth 6 million. He can't find his chip. I can't remember exactly who it was, but you'll probably come across that story at some point.
You know, those are interesting stories. I don't know if you read the. I put together a little article a little while ago. I don't know if you guys read it at all. Did any of you guys come across it? Did you see it on Telegram by any chance?
I don't believe I have. What is it?
Let me find it. Let me find it. Window. My broadband speed, Swiss StreamYard. Got to do entire screen. Okay.
Now, is there like behind any of these cryptocurrencies that's like, I'm the guy that started this one? Because they don't really seem to have like a four-figure. I feel like it's some kind of corrupt government thing that's trying to pretend like it's doing off-grid stuff with us, but it's really Uncle Sam at the top of the thing when it comes to all these cryptos. That's what I think.
So you can see my screen now, yeah?
Yeah.
So this is something that I put together, and like it's interesting. It's like, so basically this is it. Are you ready, peeps? all that freedom promised by the pirate chain type evangelism that preaches a false sense of internet. Please, Ori, go lie on your bed. Go. Please, my darling. You're right here next to my mic. Go. That side. That side. This is a huge room. Go that side. Good boy. Go on your bed. Good boy. So, all that freedom promised by the pirate chain type evangelism that preaches a false sense of internet transactional freedom have efficiently brought us to this inevitable point. Only now, the last vestiges of cash, which was a true relative financial freedom, is fast being eradicated by digital and cryptocurrency, making selfish and greedy people fast profits off the backs of humanity's fast corroding freedom. It was obvious right from the start to those with the wisdom and the experience to understand the subtle system of financial control mechanics that crypto was an excuse for authorities to greater policing across the web under the guise of crypto and digital currency fraud protection and the like, which is a big thing at the moment, right? Encryption. The selfishness and greed that has driven this 1984 engine of crypto freedom, in inverted commas, that now threatens to take us over the edge of reason, has lined many pockets and created countless young millionaires that are otherwise useless to society while preparing the way to greater enslavement of humanity as a whole. So the question is, did you drink the Kool-Aid? Are you now waking up and starting to see the signs that we're once again being duped? That intelligent people have been used to pump this financial and surveillance-free liberty propaganda like sewage into pop media is indeed sad. However, it's not too late to crash the Trojan horse. I think how I feel about crypto is quite clear here, isn't it? Can't hide my feelings. It would, however, take authenticity and honor for those with vision to forego all of those profits and commit to a truly selfless cause to keep this ship floating, since crypto transactions won't be possible without those IDs implemented by the ISP vendors under new rising legislation. So basically, let's go and take a look at what we got here. Let's go take a look at what we got. So now what we've got, and I've opened a couple of links, and it should be able to be quite easy to track without me having to read too much of it. But there we go. So let's share this one. So this is Switzerland's. No, that's not the one. So this is CNET, and this has got to do with digital IDs. This is the UK. So the introduction of the UK's Online Safety Act, which is, I think, a guise of protecting children, right? But actually, it's something far more sinister when you look at it, because it basically takes away everybody's freedom effectively. And here, I hope can you see the next one, Bill S210 in Canada's security? Is that what's showing on the screen, by the way?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. So in Canada, they've got the same thing going on, right? You can see it here. And this is Bill S210, which is also supposedly protecting young people, which means digital IDs. Now the EU has got these verifications. So this digital ID is going to be basically, and Australia's got similar things happening. South Africa is moving towards the same kind of legislation, right? And you'll see that all the countries around the world are moving this way. So it's not going to be long until we're going to need, gosh, this is like getting busy now. I can't find my StreamYard anymore. Where do they put my StreamYard? There it is. So it's like basically all these countries are bringing out legislation which is going to force everybody else to need digital IDs to access the web. So all of these people that think that like the cryptocurrency is the future, the net is being tightened, the web is being created. you will need first a digital ID to access the web. It's not far. This is going to become a global phenomenon. Two guises. One has got to do with crypto fraud, and the other one's got to do with protecting children. These are the excuses. Then, after that, I think it will progress. There will be more controls over the data collection by your ISP, because the ISP are going to now be liable to the governments, right, legislatively, to basically probably track your internet. And then there will have to be controls that will be set in, right, so that they can check. And I think a lot of this has got to do with controlling crypto, because too many people are moving money around. Now, here's a mind-bendingly incredible thought, right? Do you know how much electricity crypto farming uses? Have any of you guys ever looked into this?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I want you guys to go on a journey with me for a moment. Imagine every street and every public area in every town, village, and every city, in every country, all around the world, all of the public lighting, right? That's how much electricity is used by Bitcoin. It's absolutely incredible. Every Bitcoin transaction, so how much electricity? I don't know whether Google's going to hide it from me. Let's see if we can get to that. Okay, they're going to hide. They're not going to want us to find this information here. I did put it in, and I'll be able to dig it up. Man, Bitcoin electricity usage. So Bitcoin, they're saying, is using 91 terawatt hours, but this is old. If you keep going on, currently consumes 150 terawatt hours of electricity, right? And if you just think of how much electricity that is, that's like lighting up, that's like running an entire country, right? Effectively. And I think like this is a big thing. Like this is really a bigger thing than what we can realize and recognize, because it's like, it's literally so much of an issue that what does it work out to on average? One Bitcoin transaction, I think one Bitcoin transaction uses as much energy as my household uses in like a year. I think it works out to that when you calculate it, right? When you break it down to the amount of Bitcoin being used and the amount of transactions being done. So how much is the energy used to power Bitcoin is ridiculous. And that's just one of the cryptocurrencies. South Africa is a big part of the farming story here. And do you want me to tell you something interesting? When Bitcoin moved into South Africa, right? Within 1 year of them moving into South Africa and starting big Bitcoin farms, electricity farms here, right? Because they need a lot of electricity to farm the Bitcoins. We started getting significant power cuts. How's that? And it got to the point where we were getting 2 or 3 2-hour power cuts per day. Can you believe that? And the amount of electricity they use is incredible. So like we don't realize the impact on society and on civilization and on people that all of these crypto stories are doing, the damage that is being done, right? Because where I come from, if you waste electricity, you're damaging resources, right? Like, do you burn wood that you don't need to burn? Do you burn coal that you don't need to burn? Do you burn gas that you don't need to burn? And if you are, you're damaging resources, because there's not an infinite amount of wood or coal or gas. Yeah. So you would think that we would be more responsible in how we managed it. No, it's like, it's completely counterintuitive and it's completely illogical. So like, when I think of this new birth that they want for us, which is a digital birth for us to live in the digital world completely. Yeah. They want us to be so absorbed in the digital world that all of our money changing is just in the digital. Everything is digitally controlled. It would be like they will take shops away and you won't be able to shop for food if you don't shop in the digital world. Can you imagine that? So if you choose, and then at some point when they decide that the digital ID needs to be upgraded, and then it gets connected to what? Implantable devices into the physical body. I believe that the time will come when that digital control of the digital web will be you getting an implant in order to access the internet, in order to access food, in order to access shopping, in order to access digital currency, which will be the norm. So where does this leave the rest of us? I don't know. What are your thoughts, Cosmic, Indy? I know this is a heavy topic.
Yeah, I heard in a movie like recently that they said the father was saying to this young millennial kid, your kids are going to be cyborgs. Good luck with them. And I thought to myself, man, that's not good. I sure hope not. I really, really hope that as Mother Nature's been acting up right now, that we're going to start to take a different approach as things start to collapse. And we get the inundation of these prophesied fires that are going to burn up our world. A lot of people have told me that it's said biblically that there won't be another great flood, apparently. But a lot of psychics have foreseen that there actually will be a large flood coming soon on all the coastal cities. Not wiping out like the inlands of the continents necessarily, like the other great floods, though. So maybe there'll just be a little bit of shaking up from all different directions. I know these volcanoes have just been getting out of hand and they've been causing a lot of tsunamis and earthquakes. But if there's enough smoke and silicates released from these volcanoes to black out the sky and create an ice age, I know that could potentially happen. So with things heating up on the poles right now the way they are, it's a bit scary to see things progressing as fast as they are right now. And I feel like it's a direct result of our lack of response to people that were alerting us to the damages to the atmosphere from petroleum decades ago, after the Marshall Islands had flooded out and they had the Kyoto treaties, and we just kind of laughed at them and we didn't do anything. Well, who's laughing now? We're really getting screwed up. The environment has become insane. We have this rain that comes down now like curtains, and you can take a shower under it. It only rains like in one place in a curtain, and it'll like wash your car real good or something. But I can imagine that would become really detrimental when it comes to like ice. Like if it's like a bunch of hail and it all lands in like one place, that could be really damaging. So I don't know. There's things that are getting a little out of control with the nature's extremes right now, but I think Mother Nature's kind of acting up and trying to tell people to stop going in these crazy directions with this too far in technology stuff we're doing. But I mean, I feel like this could also drive people to use more technology if they're trying to still outsmart nature and they want to like make things safer or something. They're just gonna make their homes be able to float up. Who knows what's coming next? People always think technology is the right answer, but I feel like if we were to think about stopping to pollute so much, stopping to damage the atmosphere so much with all this smoke and fire all the time, starting to become a little bit more aware of like the impact that we're having and start to take on technologies that are going to have an effect that we're trying to have, I think things can really turn around. They're really trying to look towards hydrogen power now, and in South America they have hydrogen powered tractors and stuff going on. They're starting to try to take that shift, but they're really not trying to like allow people to use like water power or anything. But you know, you can use water turbines like to store power into a battery, but they're not letting people like put water into a gas tank of a vehicle and do that. I think that's something they're really trying to avoid, even though a lot of people know that that's definitely a possibility. We can make water, fresh water or salt water, into hydrogen and oxygen.
I wonder about the impacts on the whale population. Namaste, Turjoka. How are you doing? I hope you're good. Hope you're well and thriving.
Yeah, I've seen whales washing up. There was sperm whales and there were beluga whales, and I don't know if anybody else caught up on that. There was 4 of them washed up.
We had one wash up on our beach. This was like earlier this year. Pilot whale on 2 beaches along. Another one like Simonstown. We even had one wash up on Seaforth Beach, which is like hundreds of meters from me. This is like just where I am locally, man. On the other side, I believe there was some as well. Like, this is a big thing, you know? And I wonder whether the frequencies that we're using in the water. Namaste, come on. I hope you're good. How you doing? Big love, big blessings. I wonder whether it's a combination of frequencies being used, you know, by technology, as well as pollution in the sea, as well as the amount of fish that we're taking out of the sea and how we're changing that, as well as the way these whaling ships are allowed to just go around like hunting whales. Imagine if you're a whale, you might get quite scared. There could be whaling ships chasing you and chasing you and chasing you and chasing you, and you're trying to stay away from them. And like, you can imagine they get like fed up and they go, well, they're going to get me. I can't run anymore. I may as well go on beach myself over here. At least they don't get me.
Right.
Like, I don't want you to get me. No, you don't deserve me. You know, kind of thing. Like, who knows what goes through but regardless, you know, the number of whales are so low. I wonder how much if that effect is on algae. And so, like, this terraforming of the planet, I don't know whether our burning of fossil fuels has as much of an influence on the air weather as what they say it does. But I think that the reduction of the whales has a bigger effect because of the plankton, and the phytoplankton can't survive. And the phytoplankton, it makes a huge percentage of all of our oxygen. And when you drop the phytoplankton because of all the other carnivorous plankton, which the whales actually eat, right? And now, if you look at the way whales eat, they eat huge stretches of oceans of plankton. They just go around filter feeding on the top of the water, right? They like clean the water so that the carnivorous plankton don't overpopulate and eat all of the phytoplankton. So I wonder whether the terraforming is because there's less of an oxygen to CO2 ratio in the air. Does that make sense? And I think like the impacts on the ocean, the pollution in the sea, the acidification of the ocean with the fuel and the all of the oil rigs that are spilling out oil and all of the other pollution that people throw in the sea. Do you know how many plastics end up in the sea? As well as the hunting of the whales and the removing of whole fish populations from the ocean. I wonder whether that has played a huge role in terraforming our air, because most of our oxygen that we get comes from the ocean. And what does that mean? If most of the oxygen comes from our ocean, let's just look at this. The only reason the oxygen comes from the ocean is because of photosynthetic reactions where CO2 is consumed, right? So the sea is supposed to be our CO2 filter. It's supposed to remove the CO2 from the air and put out oxygen. Now, if we break the sea, right, and we don't let it do its proper job of being a CO2 filter, then we're reducing the oxygen being put into the ocean, but we're also not pulling the CO2 out of the air as fast as we should be, because most of the earth is covered by the sea. So maybe they're trying to make us believe that the fossil fuels, it's us responsible, but actually I think it's more to do with what we're doing to the oceans. I think the oceans are like the key to life on Earth. I don't know. What are your thoughts,
What about this? As the
Yeah.
heat up and the waters, the seas are also heating up, which they say damages the zooplankton's ability to create that O2 from the CO2. So that's a huge thing. As the seas heat up, that's an issue. But as the poles heat up, what happens when ice melts? Does it kind of like lay out and then get wider and then kind of cool down the oceans eventually? Like, because like you got a lot of cold water coming in that's melting. Doesn't that have a cooling effect on the ocean? Or does the heating kind of overpower that? I don't know, but I would think it would have somewhat of a cooling effect.
You would expect it to, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder whether the CO2 in the air has an effect on light. Maybe it can heat water faster. I don't know.
Well, maybe the ice is releasing a lot of CO2 when it melts. And that's a factor right there. So they also see that there's things that are thawing from the ice that are coming back to life. So that could be good or bad.
Yeah, there's definitely, there's definitely a terraforming of the Earth environment. So basically the journey of the soul, how does this relate? Well, let's imagine the world as being our cosmic soul.
Yeah.
We are journeying. Are we separate to the world, or are we a part of the world? And if we're a part of the world, are we inside the world? And if we're inside the world, are we inside a bigger soul? And is that soul on a journey? The same way that we're on a journey through our life, is that soul on a journey through a bigger life? And is that soul inside a bigger thing that's on a journey through a bigger thing that's in a bigger thing that's on a journey through a bigger thing in a bigger thing? Just like these little microbe souls, little things on journeys within fields of tissue. And those fields of tissues are like migrating populations of cells on journeys through an organ. And an organ is like, it's an interesting concept to stretch the mind to that level and to look at the fractal sort of nature of time and space and sort of what the implications are. What
you
are your
just pretty
thoughts?
much described Zarfexology right now, Franklin. Because here's the thing, because it's like you are the individual soul, and the Zarfex is sort of the collective soul of a bunch of people. But then that Zarfex is part of a bigger collective known as a Zorfex, and that's part of a bigger collective known as a Zyfex, and it just keeps going up and up and up and up and up until your brain literally can't comprehend it anymore. And so, yeah, there's something like to that whole idea that like I think that there is some truth to that this bigger soul that we're part of is also going on, its own journey of discovery. Because when I look at the world, I do kind of look at it more like what's the word? It's like a type of theology, but it's the type of theology where God is like improving and learning and sort of evolving. There's a specific term for this. It's I think it's process theology or something like that. Something along those lines. And because I think all life forms are all kind of intrinsically have sort of an instinctive sense of purpose to them. And I think as a collective biome, which is the Zarfex, it has all of us. We kind of have a collective intention because it's the universe is evolving with us. We're kind of going on this, journey together, so to speak. And that's kind of like why I'm like, I sometimes get kind of like critical about the whole oneness thing, because it's like, how do you know you're one with the whole thing? How do you know you're not one with just a slightly larger subsection of the larger thing, and you're completely not aligned to all the stuff that's outside of it? Like, I think of like imagine you're a cell in a body, and you think that nothing exists outside of your body. Now, if you were a cell, you go into a meditative state, you think, oh my God, I'm one with all the cells in my body. I'm literally the entire universe. But then you're like, well, wait a minute, there's an entire universe that exists outside of this body. And then you become one with that universe, and you realize, like, well, wait a minute, there's another universe that I'm one with that's outside, and it just keeps going up and up and up. And that's kind of what like Ozozo is, that term I kind of, come up with I bring up once in a while, the idea of just that infinite mystery that's almost like that exponentially gets more and more complex the further you go up. And but yeah, I just kind of wanted to bring that up, because what you were describing about how like there's collectives that are part of bigger collectives and part of bigger, that's pretty much what Zarfexology is all about.
Yeah, well, it seems inevitable that like the universe is a fractal. Yeah. And so like we're fractals, and everything must be fractals. It just seems common sense. And welcome back, Mexico. And so this, this Zarfexology of yours does seem to make a lot of sense when you look at the structures of the universe, and in a sense, like we've our footprint is more vast than what we recognize, because it's largely unconscious, and we're such a small part of the big foot, which is a very tiny part of the bigger foot, as it were. And so like this footprint of moving through time, the soul is in the bottom of the foot that leaves the footprint moving through time. So maybe this is how the word soul, the sun, and the footprint work together. Like why do we call the foot the soul of the foot? And maybe it's got to do with footprint, like where we are and where we're going, this journey, because we're sort of like on a path, we're walking. And I think as well, this, what you mentioned, is quite interesting, this process theology. This, obviously I just googled it now. They relate it to Alfred North Whitehead. There's a name that's a little bit familiar, though I haven't really researched his work specifically. But it's the idea of fixed, unchanging entities. Instead, it views reality as a continuous flow of events and experiences. Everything is seen as dynamically related to everything else. There are no truly isolated entities. And I think that sort of defines the fractal nature of consciousness. Yeah? Because like, in a sense, we are aware of how group minds form. Yeah. And group minds can form between people across a distance. We've seen it in chat rooms. And have you noticed how a group mind's got its own character? It's like a living thing that takes form. What are your thoughts about interacting with group minds on an energetic level?
That makes perfect sense. I think that's totally true. It's like you become, the group kind of eventually acts as a sort of a singular Zerfax or organism or whatever. And there really is like a kind of like a personality. It's like almost like each person within that group becomes a facet of the personality of the group mind. So if you think about like how we have like, there's like a conscious side, an unconscious side, a shadow, a humorous side, a serious side. It's almost like groups, each individual makes up those different aspects of the personality of the group mind. Yeah, it's definitely, I definitely follow that train of thought.
And so when we look at the nature of reality, like as a group of groups within groups, with groups and groups and groups, making bigger group minds, making bigger groups, that makes like the group mind of humanity the full egregoric whack of 8 billion minds all plugged into one machine. I don't like that term, but it's sort of like, I like to think of reality as being like a conducer, right? But it's all alive, but it's being transmitted and transformed from one frequency into another. Could there be more truth to David Icke's notion that they are hijacking reality by hijacking our thoughts, literally hijacking the way reality works, hijacking the way that the laws of nature works, hijacking to an extent where they can manipulate the system more easily and manipulate our state of reality on fundamental levels? And could this transhumanist movement be just the next cherry on the top of them sort of celebrating ritualistically what they've achieved within our minds? And could that be sort of, something that we need to be aware of? And this is something that I was having this conversation with someone in the Third Eyes Edifice group, and like I noticed that people can get quite aggressive when you challenge a group mind idea, right? And it seems like these religious group mind ideas, these doctrines are being really tightly wedged together in the form of open-minded people that would have the potential to have a conscious experience of the universe and understand the multidimensionality and the fractal state of being, and realize their place within the cosmic state of being, which is life, and bring that consciousness into their physical manifestation or lives, get pulled down a little road of cryptocurrency, and they get like warped. And they get warped by the ideologies that are pushed in that particular church, because those are people that wouldn't go to a religious church or wouldn't go to this church. And those are probably rebel people that want to be like Anonymous. Yeah? Like, remember that group Anonymous that was all across the web?
Yeah.
So all of those people that identified as Anonymous are the people that become part of the evangelical cryptocurrency movement, convinced that they're going to save humanity and free humanity through cryptocurrency. Because, of course, the moment we're all digitalized with digital IDs and living in the digital web, that's when we're truly free, right? And that notion of disconnect, like, what does that do to our connection egregorically, all the human beings and their relation to nature? Does that cause people to disconnect from nature further? Is there like a balance of relationship that the more we connect with digital and identify with digital as being a solution and an answer to the future, the less we identify with nature? Is there some kind of a balance moving here? Can you hear the crickets? Yeah, well, to my perspective, it seems to be the case. And I think that we're being driven away. Indy.
Yeah, I think so. There's some connections where, like, people who are geologists and botanists and zoologists are starting to learn a lot from the golden age of information right now. But it's different than practical hands-on experience in nature. So I think a lot of people can learn book smarts and stuff and familiarity with like different varieties of things, but until they have like a more of a hands-on experience, I don't think they're going to really know as much about what they're learning and what they're talking about. So I do feel like people are taking away from personal experience in the field right now, with the ability to learn so much remotely on the computer, whether that's like from being some part of some interface where you're able to access information on a collective level, maybe in a private sector, or if it's just maybe public and free information you can learn. There's just so much there that's available to us now, which kind of takes away from our time to be outside in the sunshine doing things when we're glued to the screen.
Is light something that connects us to each other? You know, they're thinking they've got like technology that they reckon that they can transmit broadband or, you know, internet through light. Have you guys come across that? Have you guys heard about that new technology? Yeah. Transmitting internet through lights.
I know fiber optic works that way, right?
No, I mean literally through the air.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. In other words, like the lights that you basically, it's possible to transmit internet data using light, specifically through technology called Li-Fi, light fidelity. So these are LED bulbs. How's that? Yeah.
Yeah.
And LED bulbs that like Wi-Fi transmit internet through light. And Wi-Fi uses flickering of LED lights, imperceivable to the human eye, to transmit data. The light intensity changes rapidly, creating a digital signal that carries information. Li-Fi is bi-directional system, meaning it can both transmit and receive data using light signals, right? Devices equipped with Li-Fi receiver can detect these light signals and decode the data. Isn't that incredible? So our laptops and our phones in the future will have a light sensor. And the light in your home will be transmitting data, both to and from. And I don't know, like, isn't that like something to think about? Like, considering that our eyes, right? Let's just think about it. So there are cells in the eyes, the conical cells, and the within the cornea of the eye, within the actual, there's these two different kinds of cells. Some of them look like cones, and some of them looks like little prongs, and they crystalline structures in the eye, and they are react to light, and they generate electric charge out of light, which is then effectively changing the chemical composition and the base, and it produces why we can see. So could our eyes become sensors that connect us to the internet? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think so. It's very strange. One time I had an experience where I was able to see, my eyes were able to see a different screen, and I was able to see like through into the computer. But I feel like these black screens are like some kind of form of sorcery. And there's like a lot more going on there than meets the eye. And I posted up something in the roundtable recently about how they have a patent for how they can use the old cathode ray TVs to influence the nervous system. And they could stimulate people in certain ways to stimulate fear, sexual arousal, and various things through the TV. And so, like, they probably have patents on that stuff now, or they found loopholes to get around it. But we'll hear about that after they come out with the next type of technology to see screens on, which is probably holographic or something, which seems to be what they have in the high military right now. Not released to the public that much, but kind of glimpsed in, like, a little bit in Iron Man. They had a little bit of, like, a foretelling of some of the higher technology. But, like, you know, that a lot of people know that they listen to us and watch us through the screens, like a TV screen, computer screen, phone screen. And, like, things will come onto our emails and ads will come up according to, like, things that we've said near the screen. So that's no secret. But do people know that like screens can influence our nervous system? That's a bit odd. There's a movie about that where they kind of use the phones to make people crazy and try to go after each other. And then the people that were fighting them were able to like turn it off and get people to go back to normal again. But it's just crazy. But they're kind of hinting at things that are already in effect that might not be that obvious in the way that they're portrayed in stories of like movies and books and things.
The Ring.
Yeah.
Remember that film?
Mm-hmm.
I think there must have been a few of them. And it was basically a video that you watch. And you watch that video, and then you've got this evil spirit chasing you. And of course, it unalives you, because it's a horror film. But that's basically what we're talking about here, right? Because think about it like this. So this journey of the soul, we're not alone. There are other beings out there. And I'm sure, Cosmic, you're obviously 100% on board. Like you speak to some other beings. But there are some other beings that are like demented. There's all sorts of beings out there, good beings, bad beings, like humans. And so if we change our harmonic frequency, now that sounds like a new age term, right? Harmonic frequency. Wow. What are we talking about? We're talking about brain waves, talking about algorithms, talking about the frequencies of the neurological pulses running through the brain, between the heart and the brain, that creates a particular nuance, mood, emotional state of consciousness that drives particular hormones through our body, hormones that relate to a particular frequency, because all hormones have their own frequency, which are going to be turning on and turning off certain genetic triggers, because the genetic frequency and the hormonal frequency are in relation, even though they're a different bandwidth. Though the genetic frequency is like all the way from 2 gigahertz all the way up to 10 terahertz, especially some of the other microbial body DNAs in our bodies goes above 10 terahertz as far as I know frequency. So if we change the frequency of our body's energy, of hormones, and change the frequencies of the electrical impulses running through our brain, then we're shifting our quantum vibrational frequency of our spiritual energy, right? Because it's not separate. It's not some new age thing that's out there in new age land. It's literally understanding how this brain as a capacitor and as a electrical conduit system works, transducing the energy between the heart and the brain. When we change those frequencies, we can become in tune and harmonically in resonance, in harmonic resonance, field of harmonic resonance with certain kinds of beings. So they can literally change your consciousness by changing your hormones and the frequencies of your brain, so that you will be on a spiritual soul frequency with that particular kind of a being that could then interfere with you. What do you guys think about this as a very real possibility that technology could usher in? And Cosmic, what do you think as well, with regard to the Fae and energy beings? What would they say about that kind of technology?
I think I would probably say that, in a lot of ways, when it comes to things we see on screens, it's like there is the physical, obviously the thing on the screen, but I also think that in a lot of ways, televisions, screens, and their tablets are a kind of astral portal. They're a kind of portal to the astral realm, because you think about it, it's like what is the astral realm but a series of dreams? And what is a movie or a television show but someone trying to physically reenact a dream that they have in their head, in their imagination? And so there's this. So really, what it would be is like the technology, when it comes to entities, it would basically be opening different dimensional portals to different dimensional realms, maybe some good, some bad, just kind of like almost accidentally in a way, because it's like you're just messing with weird frequencies. You don't really know what you're dealing with. It's kind of like when you got a radio, you're tuning it to random stations. You don't know what song is necessarily going to play up. It's just, so that's what I would say. I think in regards to in regards to that. And as for the what the Fae would say about that, I think one of the things I noticed with entities, it's good to have like supportive entities around you so that they can kind of deal with the negative entities. Like sometimes, like I encounter sometimes when I'm in my astral travels, or I do encounter sort of like negative entities or negative thought patterns and spirits, and the Fae will kind of like scare them off and sort of like help defend me, you know, against them, or put me in a protective bubble so that these beings don't, you know, mess with me or whatever. They'll offer a second opinion, or you know, if an entity's being like, you know, negative or something, like telling me bad things, I'll be like, no, that's bullshit. Don't listen to them, you know? So I think that's part of the problem too, is like when it comes to entities and dealing with the negatives, people don't have positive entities to defend themselves from the negative entities, is what I'm saying. Like, I mean, some people, you know, they have, you know, they believe in like, you know, Christian God or whatever, and that protects them. But a lot of people, they don't really have any kind of spirit guides, that's like what blows my mind when it comes to like, you know, getting stoned and psychedelics and stuff. It's like once that, you know, because there was a time in my life where I experimented with these substances way before I ever started working with the Fae, right? And then kind of like, you know, I kind of took a break from it for a while because I just, you know, different, you know, life circumstance. And then it kind of came back into my life. And now it's like, I can't imagine going into these worlds, you know, without the Fae or some kind of guide to help you go along with it. It's like basically all the stuff that I had questions about earlier, these weird alien experiences, the Fae kind of like, you know, they kind of thought, oh, this is what this thing actually is, and it does this, or oh, this is bullshit. Don't ignore this. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal, you know. And they give you that different insight. And so many people are going into that space just totally blind, with no help, no guidance whatsoever. And I think it kind of makes sense why people are having all these. Now that I think about it, a lot of these, like, you know, negative experiences with the occult and magic, is because they're just kind of going into the astral realm. But the thing is, you know, when you spend so much of your time in physical reality and you feel like you got everything under control, but when you go to the other side, though, it's a whole new ballpark, and you might not be ready for what you see or what you experience. So I think in a lot of ways, I think that's why all these you know, grimoires and occult, you know, textbooks stress the importance of having, you know, God or summoning the angels before you know, summon the Goetia spirits, for example. The idea was you would summon like Gabriel, Michael, Raphael, and Uriel before you could, you know, work with Baal in the Goetia or whatever, because I think you need somebody, you need to have some kind of a pillar to sort of stand on. And when it comes to certain types of entities and these conscious frequencies people talking, it's not just that we have all these negative entities that are showing up via portals in our technology, is that we don't have entities ourselves that we can call on to help defend us against these beings. So I think that's also something worth mentioning in this discussion.
I think there is a lot to that. Indy, you wanted to say something, brother?
Yeah, that's a good call. I know some people that are able to call in like protective spirits, spirit guides, guardian angels and things. And one of the guys that calls him in, he calls in so many different ones. Like it takes about 10 minutes to go through them all. But it's like, it's a really good containment field for like a group practice and stuff. But if you can learn to like have some kind of a protective spirit to call in, can be really helpful. Also, like banishing spells to be able to banish out anything that doesn't serve your highest good, or that doesn't serve your interests, or that's not there in the light, that's there with the darkness. You can, you know, purge your environment of like whatever you don't really want to be there if you take that into your practice. People use sage sometimes just to kind of like get started with. That is a good way to go. But a spell and rhyme works every time, I like to say. So if you make up your own little thing, it'll have like more resonance to you, and you can put in like a name of a spirit or guardian angel, Some people use the various angels or saints or protective God, deity, anything that resonates with you. It'll be protective, can be a good thing. Sometimes it's not necessarily like, the calling it of any other entities, as much as it is like the peace within yourself that it gives you to be able to have your shift of your energy go away from fear of something dark into hope for something light. And then in your environment kind of changes with that transformation too. So there's that.
Dude, next time when I'm like sitting down, I'm gonna like look out for the turtle. Go along and bring that satin sigil on your back, baby.
Yeah.
Bring that satin square over here. Yeah, definitely. Turtles obviously are like always represent what? Long life and health and like being super wise and grounded and real and genuine and sincere and authentic. And also that shield, the turtle shield, huh? That's not a shell that you just break.
Yeah.
Like turtle shell is it's a shield.
Yeah.
That's a real So I bet in the ancient times warriors would go and look for turtle shells and turn them into a shield.
Mm-hmm.
Carve them. You can imagine. Could you imagine the armor you could make out of turtle shells? If you found like the place where they washed up or whatever.
Oh yeah.
You could make a breastplate out of a turtle shell and have a shield out of a turtle shell. And so, interesting, food for thought. And I bet that this is something that has been done in the past, for soldiers that want to like learn to be old soldiers. Live a long life, bring that longevity. Turtle shell helmet, yeah. So I think it's important to find a way to communicate with those beings. Like, this is the interesting part. Like, we think of our soul as just being one being, in the same way that we think of ourselves as being in, the one thing, and when that thing's inside another thing, this fractal nature. So effectively, like, shouldn't there be a whole lot of beings inside of our being that fit together like a chain to make who this one being is? In the same way that like the world is made out of a lot of different systems, same way that a body is made out of a lot of different organs and systems, to make one body. We think of this body as being my body, but actually it's a whole lot of different systems, each with its own agenda. But the agendas are so well coordinated together that they produce the harmony of one body. So our consciousness, our mind, must be the same model as our body. There must be different systems running through our mind, and those systems must be calibrated into systems of the body. This is now we've hit Chinese medicine, haven't we? And the relationships between the emotions and the organs and such. And so we can extrapolate that further yet and recognize that, like, your heart is the spirit of the lion, right? And your glands relate to Cancer and Gemini. So we're talking about this element of crab that's related to this. And our brains are the spirit of the ram, right? And we could just extrapolate on and on, like the kidneys, for example, how they relate. And so I think, like, when we start to recognize this, there's probably a lot more to it. And it's probably something that we do need to pay attention to. I just want to take that little doggy off of my couch because he's been outside and he's been getting himself mucky. So we're getting towards the end of the show. Are there last ideas you guys want to bring on the table and throw out there while we're here?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting that you mentioned using the turtle shells for armor. They have a giant fish in the Amazon called the Arapaima fish, and it's got like really strong scales that are said to have metal-like or like bulletproof properties to them. They're extremely strong and sharp, but they're also like really kind of like ornamental looking, so people use them for jewelry and stuff. But they use their skin for like kind of like how they use like crocodile skin boots and stuff. They use the skin for like boots and purses and things. But these fish are incredibly large. They can be up to like 250 pounds, and so it takes like at least a couple people just to carry the fish back from after catching it. And so they catch these fish in the Amazon, so they have to kind of go pretty far away from roads and stuff. So it's quite the experience to see these people catching these fish and see how beautiful their scales are. It's just really pretty. But it's very difficult to carve through the scales for them. So to cut the fish, they need like these really strong like diamond tip axes or something. It's crazy. But I think they have used historically their scales for like armor and weapons.
Yeah, that's interesting. Hey, that's
Yeah.
really. I wonder about like what about like the those like yellowfin tuna?
They're huge.
They're like 1,000 pounds, huh?
Yeah.
Or they can be. They're like 500 pounds, 1,000 pounds. Like, I think like the biggest one caught was like 1,500 pounds or something. 1,450, whatever. It's like it's
Wow.
Can you imagine the scales?
I had a friend that used to go free diving and shoot them with harpoon guns and stuff, and one of them bit off his pinky toe when he was surfing, apparently. But
A yellowfin tuna.
yeah,
How do they bite off a pinky? Do you know the size of these fishes?
they probably like smelled him, like, you're the guy that killed my cousin.
Yeah, but I mean, when
That's-
you're that big, it would be like you, like it's.
I don't know. It's a huge map. He got lucky, I guess. He could have got his whole leg or something.
It make more sense if it took his leg.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like,
no, I think so.
I'd be like, oh, it took his leg. His
Like,
toe. Really? Are you sure it was a yellow tune finner? You know,
Surfers that I met have tall tails. They see a lot of things. It's like hard to believe.
because as far as I know, they can be like 10 feet long, huh?
Yeah, no, that's true. They do get absolutely huge. Yeah,
I think they can be bigger than sharks.
yeah. I mean, a lot
Can you
of
imagine that? Like they can be like they can be like the size of a like big shark, you know. Namaste, Lauren. How are you doing? Hope you're good. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying. Yeah. So, Cosmic, are there any last ideas that you wanted to throw on the table before we get to the rounding off?
Not really. I think we covered everything I was interested in talking about today.
Yeah, man. So we're looking forward to the 23rd. So this is one show that I'll say to you guys here. It's going to be something to do with the connection between the human body and the flows of energies through the human body and obviously the psyche and physically. So, for example, dowsing, right? How dowsing is connected to muscle testing, is connected to feng shui, is related to the physiology in the physical body, is related to the emotional states, mapping out a little bit of this. So we're definitely going to have Mexico bringing her kinesiology experience to the table, and And yeah, so I think it's going to be a fun one. And who knows? Maybe we can get Indy's mom in here. That would be really cool. Hopefully she's free. If not, we should probably, if any of you guys know any Feng Shui people that have experience with Feng Shui and have been working with it, that would be really cool. But we can all do our bit of homework. So this is the 23rd. And so it's going to also be relating, I think, to the medicinal element of how this works, energy medicine. It's probably going to be what it's going to be about, really. So it's even going to branch off into shamanism because of the animal forms consciousness, and like you were saying, cosmic, which beings you have working with you, because there's a form of energy medicine. Have you thought of that as energy medicine, cosmic?
Sometimes.
Because there's a kind of a medicine for you, and maybe people, if you like, they would be able to help you figure out things that you need to figure out.
Yeah, I talk to them for like about my problems like all the time. They're kind of like Kathiza's kind of like my counselor. I talk to her pretty much on a day-to-day basis. She's the one that she's the one that stays down here with me while the other fairies are in fairyland, essentially. And it's just like, just having them around and just having them like be near me and hold me. There's something very healing about that. You really feel like you're connected, and they're very reassuring, because it's like, that's the other thing with spirits that a lot of people don't really think about. Like it's a very, very intimate connection when you have a spirit, when you have a being that knows not only your thoughts, your feelings, your memories. Like that's a lot of trust to put in an entity. And I think a lot of people, they're not comfortable with that level of like intimacy and intense knowing, because a lot of people are afraid that they're going to be judged, especially with like, I think that's one of the reasons why I never felt like I could be close to the Christian God, because like I can't open my mind. It's like you don't want to open your mind to a being that's going to constantly judge you and say that you're wrong and tell you that you're failing or threaten that you're going to hell or something like that. But I think that's why I like the Fae. It's because they're not necessarily these like perfect angelic beings, but because they're not perfect angelic, it's like they're more relatable and they're more empathic and understanding. It's because because they have a more animalistic nature themselves, they can sort of relate and sympathize and empathize with your more animalistic needs. Whereas I feel like some spirits, although they're good intentioned, they don't really understand what it's like to live in a sort of a biological and physical existence. And they may understand this world, conceptually and intellectually, but they don't have that firsthand experience of living in matter and having that sense of limitation. And sometimes I think that's why sometimes, when it comes to dealing with certain issues, they might be a little bit more judgmental, a little bit more moralistic, a little bit more harsh. But, and I think with certain energy types, it's really can be helpful to a certain person, and knowing what type of energy that you really need for yourself is important. And so I think one of the reasons why I'm able to be so open with these beings is I feel like I can tell them anything and they won't judge me for it. And that's not the same feeling I get with a lot of religious deities that are out there, because when you're demanding to be like, perfect and pious and never having any naughty thoughts and, never like always living this perfect, chaste, but whatever lifestyle, just all these rules and stuff, and judging you and telling you that you're falling short, and just having someone just tell you, what, you're okay. You're not perfect. Nobody's perfect, but it's okay to be where you're at right now. And it's okay to love yourself. I think that's important. So yeah, I think when it comes to energy and healing and entities, there's definitely something to it. I think just even like in a psychological, definitely in a psychological sense, because a lot of times it's like, what it is? It's like when I'm in a mood, like maybe I'm stressed out, maybe I'm depressed. When you speak to yourself in your mind, you speak from that feeling. You speak from that anger. You speak from that sadness. It's almost like that's where the words in your mind emanate from. And with the Fae, like Kathiza, it's almost like they have a completely different emotional center that I do. So they may be in a good mood when I'm in a bad mood. And because they're in a different emotional frequency, it's like they can come up with thoughts and ideas and advice that I wouldn't necessarily think about and something I wouldn't necessarily feel. And, you know, you learn a lot from that. And just from like the purely the physiological level, the more physical, I think there's just something healing about the fact that like you're not alone in your head. I think sometimes we feel like in our minds, in our dreams, we feel like, you know, because we're taught that everything, you know, in our head is just, you know, made up and illusion. It's not even real. We kind of, that's why the dream world can sometimes feel kind of lonely and sparse and empty. But when you realize that, you know, there are living conscious beings within that world, I think there's something very healing about having that sense of presence, that sense of interconnection. It's like, so I guess what I'm saying here is I can't really point out to anything specific in regards to energetic healing, but just kind of like describing like this, what I go through and what I experience with them. I think there are definitely healing benefits that take place.
Yeah, definitely. You know, that's interesting point. Like, I think this used to be a part of our past medicine. You know, like you say, having an energetic presence that you can communicate with on that level, because it's therapy, isn't it? It's what it is. Where a lot of therapists on the physical plane might be jaded by their own physicalness. Yeah. Which is another interesting concept. Where energetic beings are going to look from a different perspective. So there's something in that. This is being replaced in the digital world, the digital era, by AI. Isn't that so sad? Isn't that just pathetic? You know, to think that for a lot of people they are getting with AI, but they're not getting what you're getting. They're getting a feedback loop that's dangerous, maybe, I think. You know, because I'm sure that at times the beings that you speak to give you some honesty that you probably didn't want to hear, but they give it to you in a way that's non-judgmental. Am I right? I don't know if Cosmic's with us. Anyway.
I was distracted. I'm here.
No, I was just saying that I'm sure that like the beings that you work with, sometimes they give you honest information that you didn't really specifically want to hear, but they give it to you in a way that you can digest it, right?
Yeah, that's definitely true. And it is true that sometimes they tell me things that I don't want to hear. That's how I know it's not just my imagination, because it's like you wouldn't imagine someone telling you something you don't want to hear, you know?
And these AI things are different. Like they're like whatever your condition is, let's make it worse.
You know what it is, Franklin? I was just thinking about just right now. It's like, you know how we're talking about like, you know, spirit guides and having spirits protecting us for like energy. That's what people are going to AI for that same instinct and impulse to have some kind of entity. It's like we crave, and that's what it is. Why the AI people are talking to it so much. It's like we finally are able to talk to something directly that isn't human. You know, the first time we're talking to some kind of intelligence, some kind of whatever that isn't a person. And I think that's exciting to a lot of people. But, you know, at the same time, though, it's like, I feel like when you talk to spirits, the conversations can be a lot more dynamic. And I had another thought to that. It's like, even though, like, I was thinking about this as an interesting kind of thought. You think about like an AI versus a thought in your head. And it's almost, I was thinking, you know, it's like, even if something is a thought in my head, it's technically more real because it's made with an organic mind instead of a mechanical one, you know? And there's something to that. So, yeah. You're muted.
I like that, brother. The notion of that people are looking for insight from the inner spiritual hierarchy of non-physicality, non-location beings that can give us a perspective. Sort of like when you're in it, you can't see it, but from the outside, you can always see. When people come to me with their problems, I can see so clearly what their issues are. But when I look at myself, it's not as easy to see my own issues. It's a lot harder. And I'm sure this is a natural human condition, right? So it's so much easier. And I think it's not just humans, I think it's life. When you're looking from the outside in, it's so obvious, right? Like what's going on. But when you're in it, it becomes obscure. So humans helping humans, there's an obscurity there within it. But we're hitting the 4-hour mark. The LinkedIn thing is going to drop in a minute. Big love to everybody from LinkedIn. Om Shanti. Blessed be. And unless you guys have got any further ideas that you want to throw on the table. Yeah. Big love to everybody. Om Shanti, Shanti Mahesh Mahadeva. I hope you guys have an absolutely awesome weekend.
Been fun, guys.
It's been an honor with you guys. Cosmic, Indy, everybody in the chat. Vincent, Howard, SOA, you're still pumping out your good old brain juice. Lauren, lovely to see you, Lauren. I hope you're well. Hope you're keeping yourself happy. And everybody else that's in the chat. I hope you guys, Turjoker, hope you're taking it easy, but not too easy. People will tell you big love, big blessings. Also, of course, Eleanor, you're out there. Big love to you. Big blessings, peace, honor, and respect. Take it easy. Don't forget to smile. Makes life so much sweeter. Om Shanti.
I love to stay. Usually don't.